Morning, Chairperson of Committees.
Morning, Chair.
Thank you. Morning. I'm not chairing. The speaker is coming.
Remember, we said we'll switch on our cameras.
Uqalile ne?
No, ne ke go gopotsa fela ma.
Sorry, awusali muhle nje.
Beautiful shirt, Musibang.
Thank you. Morning, colleague.
You added
you well,
a beautiful
George?
smile. It's good to see people smiling. You know that.
Kim find our style.
Good morning, all.
Hey,
Morning, Member Dilang.
how are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you. It's good to see all of you as well. In a long time.
You look fabulous, eh? Ready for December.
Yes, I'm trying to get in the mood.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
The morning is good, and how good is everyone in the house today?
We are still blessed to be alive.
Thank you to hear that.
Hope your health is still good.
We're still coping. Thank you for asking. Thank you.
That's all we can do these days, under the circumstances.
Why can't the president call a family meeting and announce that the Christmas is postponed until next year, please?
Malema, if you want people of Limpopo to fight, people of Limpopo are waiting for Merwalo, man.
Going to fight with me.
They're waiting for Merwalo, man.
Yeah.
Malema,
Yes, my dear sister.
can I teach you something?
Please do, my dear sister. You may proceed.
On top on your laptop there's 3 dots next to the camera.
Yes.
You see them? Press them.
Yes.
And then go to background. Apply background.
Morning, colleagues. Good morning.
Okay, I'll call you.
The lesson is postponed. Morning, Madam Speaker.
I'll call you.
Colleagues, we are starting with our meeting. Honorable Diale, thank you very much for the education that you are doing this morning. But we're going to start with our meeting. What I'm going to request honorable members to do is not to switch on your videos. I know that many of you are having problems with connectivity. Therefore, don't even try. Honorable Musupi, I'm just saying now, don't switch on your video. We are aware of the problem that is persisting, but we're going to start with our meeting. If I can request that we should all stand up to observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. You may all be seated. Honorable members, good morning. Let me take this honor to greet all our honorable members present. Honorable Mabunda, can you switch off your video? Thank you. Honorable Mukherjee, if you can also take off that screen, because it's going to disturb connectivity. Let me greet our Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, the people of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all this morning. Thank you very much for attending our meeting, but for all those that are also watching online, let me also greet all our senior leadership led by the Secretary. Thank you very much for joining the meeting. We have the following apologies for today. Our Honorable Premier, who's attending a funeral this morning, Honorable PC, who's attending the NCOP plenary, Honorable Mnisi, who is not well, and we wish to take this opportunity to wish all our honorable members and their families who are not well. May the God Almighty heal you with His power. In terms of announcement, colleagues, today I'm going to allow honorable members not to switch on their videos because of connectivity. I know that even with the last sitting, people were saying, Madam Speaker, permission. I'm giving you permission in advance. Don't switch on the video. Thank you very much. The second announcement is that of the attendance register. We have noted that the online register that we have signed using the attendance register connection has been bouncing back. Can we request that you start doing that, but send it to mzuma@gpl.gov.za. Maybe if we can start checking from the register of the 16th, but we also know that those that were not here, remember we do have the register that we do also online, but we want you to just sign off. Please don't even take chances. The 16th November, the 30th of November, and today's register, please, if you can just sign it online and send it to mzuma@gpl.gov.za. Thank you very much. I'm not sure, are there any other announcements from honorable members? I know that today is the birthday of Honorable Mutara. We wish you all the best, dear MEC. How I wish I can sing for you, but because of my, or I will sing for you offline, not in the group. I wish you all the best on your birthday. Are there any other announcements from other honorable members? If there are no announcement, we have not received any MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. There are no member statement in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. We don't even have a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. Thank you very much. I want to check if is there a member who wants to give notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121. There's none. Thank you very much. Our first item will be the questions to the members of the executive for oral reply in terms of Rule 134. Let me call upon Honorable Ntsege for your question to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to thank you for the moment. Let me apologize up front. There's no electricity in Ekurhuleni, so I'm sitting in a public space. With regards to the welfare sector of Gauteng, could the MEC please indicate between January 2021 to end October 2021, how many NGOs have been complained about late payments? Of these, how many of the late payments were caused by NGO non-compliance? According to the department, what does non-compliance mean, and what have they done to ensure and educate NGOs as to become compliant? How many late payments were caused by glitches in the department system? And how is the department going to ensure that NGOs are paid on time? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and let me apologize for that glitch earlier on. I actually thought I was turning it off. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for the question, Honorable Ncheke. In responding to your first question, the department did not keep records of complaints from the NPOs, as most came through as normal payment queries and were mainly telephonic. Therefore, we are unable to quantify the number of complaints received. Responding to your second question, Honorable Ncheke, as of the 29th of November 2021, approximately 128 NGOs were suspended and or closed due to non-compliance with which either affected their subsidy payment or resulted in the withholding of their subsidy by the department. Responding to your third question, in the main, non-compliance means the inability to meet the funding requirements in order to be subsidized, or the inability to comply with the terms and conditions of the service level agreements once you are funded. There are a number of factors that constitute non-compliance, such as the following. The first one is that the NPO registration status in line with NPO Act as managed by the National Department of Social Development. A sub-response to that is that the NPO registration certificate regulates the ability to operate as an NGO as it affects the legal status of any organizations. B, the implication of a negative registration status means an NGO is operating illegally. C, the compliance letters from the National DSD are issued at different times as they are linked to the NGO's financial year end, which means an organization can be in non-compliance during the SLA period. Response number 2 for the same question, NGOs that are unable to comply with municipal bylaws and their changes thereof, particularly the requirements of a health certificate or permit. Number 3, then the non-compliance of the terms and conditions with the SLA is various issues, such as governance issues, which could mean conflict between board members, inactive or absent board members, inability of the board to play an oversight role, etc. B, mismanagement of funds or fraudulent activities, funds that cannot be accounted for, not using funds as intended, meaning not according to the SLA, and so on and so forth. And C, failure to comply with relevant norms and standards as outlined in the specific act. All organizations that are adversely affected by the aforementioned non-compliance are informed and reminded accordingly of the consequences. The department continuously provides support to the non-complying NPOs, and in recent times, the department issued a condonation to programs that were not able to get program certificates, what is normally referred to as operating licenses, such as service centers, luncheon clubs, and drop-in centers for HIV, in the interest of service delivery, whilst a long-term solution is being sought from the affected municipalities. The condonation was given to the affected organizations for the period of 6 months of the financial year, while resolving their issues with municipalities. Responding to question number 4, 40% of the third quarter payments were delayed due to both system glitches and non-compliance by funded organizations. Response to your last question, question number 5, is that the current payment system is outdated and is prone to many glitches. So the department is working on a long-term solution of upgrading the system to minimize disruptions. In the meantime, the department will review the timing of releasing subsidy payments to make time provisions of any possible system glitches. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Ntsakhe?
Yes, I want to thank the MEC for the responses. Very honest. And it's actually a good thing that she's actually evaluating how to sort out the glitches in the system, because as I've raised before in this house, when you have NGOs receiving late payments, sometimes you find that caregivers are affected and the care for the vulnerable is actually not at the level that it should be, because when people receive payments late, then people even struggle to get to work. But I'm glad to hear that they're addressing it. Thank you, Speaker.
Any comments, Honorable MEC?
No, no, thank you very much, Speaker. We are working on the matters that, especially the system glitch. Hopefully in the new financial year, we'll be able to introduce the upgraded version. Thanks.
Thank you. Next question again, Honorable Ntsakhe to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. Regarding the dispute process for NGOs, could the MEC please indicate what appeal mechanism is available to NGOs when they dispute the claim that they are non-compliant? How many NGOs have been let go of each year by the department because of the department said they were non-compliant from January 2014 to October 2021? Of these, how many have appealed and understood that there was an appeal mechanism? Please include the number of successes and non-successes of these appeals. Is there a plan in the department to set up an arbitration or dispute committee that will take on cases where the department claims that an NGO is non-compliant and the NGO claims that they have met all the requirements and have been beneficiaries of the department in previous years? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much once again, Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Ncheke. Responding to your first question, the dispute mechanisms are outlined in the service level agreement. In the event of any dispute between the department and NPOs due to non-compliance, the NPOs have the right to appeal to the regional directors. And if they're still not satisfied, they can escalate to the DDG or the head of the department, the HOD. Responding to your second question, the department will require more time to gather information from 2014 to 2022. However, as of the 29th of November 2021, approximately 128 NGOs were suspended and or closed due to non-compliance. Responding to your third question, Honorable Ncheke, there are 5 NPOs that have appealed the decision taken at the regional level. The reason for a low number of appeals is the progressive approach that the department has adopted to apply corrective measures before applying punitive measures. Most organizations are able to correct any adverse findings in time before application of punitive measures like suspension of funding. Responding to your fourth question, there are 5 NPOs that have appealed the decision taken at the regional level. The reason for a low number of appeals is the progressive, sorry, excuse me, Speaker and honorable members. The reason for a low number of appeals is the progressive approach that the department has adopted to apply corrective measures before applying punitive measures. Most of the situation now has not dictated an establishment of an arbitration committee, as most disputes are currently resolved amicably between the two contractual parties. The service level agreement terms and conditions make provision for the following. In the event of any dispute arising between the parties relating to the carrying out of the obligations in terms of this agreement, there will be a dispute committee which consists of the director from the NPO and the project manager from the department, and the parties shall endeavor to settle such disputes amicably. Furthermore, NPOs will right appeal any decision by the department to the head of the department or to the DDG, as I have mentioned before. However, the department notes the proposal and assesses the volumes of disputes in order to make a consideration of establishing a dispute committee. In response to your last question, We note the proposal of having an independent arbitrator, and the department will explore that possibility once an assessment of the volumes of disputes has been made. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any complementary question or a short remark, Honorable Ntsakhe?
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a supplementary remark. What I wanted to say to MEC, and I thank you once again for at least moving in the right direction. But I think for the appeal, the disputes to end at the HOD still not transparent enough, because you actually need something higher to deal with the disputes. Because in many instances, when you find that some NGOs feel they've complained to portfolio committee or portfolio committee members, they feel that they get victimized by the department or ultimately worked out of the system. So there needs to be something far more independent that will actually assist with arbitrating between the department, with the department and the NGO. And I think the portfolio committee is probably the best place and most independent to conduct that type of work. Thank you, Speaker.
Any comments, Honorable MEC?
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. One appreciates the intention and the need and advice that we should have an independent body that would look into disputes. That we agree fully with. But that it should consist of members of the portfolio committee, Madam Speaker, as custodian of the principle of the separation of powers. I'm sure you will agree that that would not be correct. The members of the portfolio committee would have to receive the reports anyway of the independent committee if we put it together. We are taking legal advice on which route to take, but we were advised from the very beginning that we must at all times remember the principle of the separation of powers. So as soon as we are ready, we will share that information with the portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, Honorable Shackleton to MEC for Community Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Through you to the Honourable MEC for Community Safety. Regarding firearms stolen from members of the South African Police Service, could the MEC please indicate, 1, how many firearms have been stolen from SAPS in Gauteng in the past 12 months? 2, how many of those have been used in criminal activities? 3, how many of those in question 2 involved SAPS members? 4, how many of those involved in question 1 have been recovered? And lastly, question 5, what action has been taken against those who allowed the firearms in question 1 to be stolen? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to the members, and thank you, Honorable Shackleton, for the question. In responding to your question, on question number 1 is 207 SAPS firearms that were reported stolen or robbed in the past 12 months. In answering number 2, none of the cases reported are linked to firearms stolen or robbed from the police. In answering number 3, not applicable. Answer number 4, 82 SAPS owned firearms were recovered during the past year. Answer number 5, a case of negligent of loss of firearms is also registered and investigated after a report of a loss of a firearm has been tabled, after which the recommendation from the investigation will be implemented. 14 SAPS members were criminally charged for negligent loss of their firearms, and consequence management was implemented by the Department of SAPS, not my department, by SAPS during that past year. Danke, Nyabo.
Any short remark or supplementary question, Honorable Shackleton?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the answers, MEC. Despite not being SAPS ourselves, MEC, what can the department do to alleviate this situation going forward to assist the SAPS? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Madam Speaker, if you ask me about Gauteng traffic, I can be able to answer you. On SAPS, I will request the honorable member to request his colleagues at the NCOP or the NA to place that question to Minister Begitele. Thank you. Bye, dankie.
Next question, Honorable Shabalala to MEC for COGTA and Human Settlement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regarding the upgrading of offices for the Mayor, Speaker, Chief Whip, and Municipal Manager in Mfuleni, could the MEC please indicate what was the total cost of upgrading the offices for each of the above? Which service provider was appointed to carry out the work on each of the above? Was this done through an open tender process? And please provide the tender number. What were the reasons for using the company or companies in 2? 5, and when did the work start and each of the above? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to honorable members. The answer to question 1, its total cost was 1,302,000. To question 2, the service provider, it's LSN Trading. To question 3, it was done through an insurance claim. And to question 4, they were performing maintenance and repairs. And question 5, the purchase order was issued on the 18th of December 2020. The work started in January 2021 and it was completed at the end of March 2021. Thank you very much.
Any short remark or supplementary question, Honorable Shabalala?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe a follow-up question to the MEC. Just want to check from the MEC if Mfuleni municipality did not spend a single cent of the 1,302,000. Is the MEC saying the money was paid via an insurance? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
I mean, how would I know? I don't work at Mfuleni. The member gave me questions, I gave them, they give me answers, I give him answers. Then he wants me to give him assurances. I'm not a mayor or a MMC or a city manager in Mfuleni. So how would I know whether indeed because they are saying to me they've used the money from the insurance claim. So I don't think that question makes sense. Thanks.
The last question on this section, Honorable Bloom to MEC for Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I'm just looking for the question on the... Madam Speaker, to the MEC for Health, regarding the use of Pfizer's Paxlovid drug and Merck's Molnupiravir drug for the treatment of COVID-19, will the MEC please indicate 1, whether these drugs are under consideration for use in Gauteng hospitals, 2, if not, why not, 3, what plans are there for their use, 4, if not, why not, and 5, what other new and effective treatments for COVID-19 are being considered? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to yourselves and honorable members on the call. And thank you very much, Honorable Bloom, for the questions. Response to question 1, both drugs will be considered for use at Gauteng hospitals for the management of COVID infection. However, both of these drugs are currently not registered with the South African Health Product Regulatory Authority, abbreviated as SAHPRA in South Africa. The Section 21 mechanism from SAHPRA states that the use of unregistered medicine in South Africa is available on a patient name basis for medicines, provided that these drugs are registered by other international health authorities. Response to question 2, is not applicable. Response to question 3, the National Essential Medicine List Committee has included both these drugs on their project plan. National Essential Medicine List Committee is awaiting the peer review publication to finalize their review and guidance to the provinces on the use of these drugs. Response to question 4 falls off. Response to question 5, all new antivirals or other modalities that may become available in the future for COVID-19 infections will be considered. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Bloom?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's very encouraging, because I think we need to have therapeutics for people who do catch it. And there's been a number of promising treatments. The 2 that I've named seem to be quite effective. And I just want to put to the Honourable MEC that they have been approved overseas, I think in Britain, also in America. So I hope whatever influence she has to try and get this fast-tracked for approval. But of course, once it's approved, we have to get supplies. So I think we need to think ahead about getting, because I think approval is going to come, about getting sufficient supplies to save lives for our people in hospitals. Thank you.
Any remark, Honorable MEC?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I fully agree with Honorable Bloom. We're trying our best to make sure that we get this drug registered. But as I said, Section 21 of SAFRA says you can be able to use it if it's registered in other countries, and the doctors can prescribe it and using that Section 21 of SAFRA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MC. That concludes the questions for oral reply to the executive. Can we request the secretary to read the first order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Diade Tlabela. Honorable Diale Tlabela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My apologies for that. Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. The Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlement noted that in terms of oversight on budget expenditure, the department reported that the expenditure was 162.9 million, which is 52% against the allocated budget of 163 in the quarter under review. The material under expenditure incurred was 960,000. According to the report, the department paid 100% of invoices received within the stipulated 15 days for the second quarter of 2021-2022 financial year. The Portfolio Committee commends the department for consistently paying without failure 100% of invoices within the stipulated 30 days as per the regulations. The department also reported that the MEC for COGTA, Honorable Maile, has issued letters to municipalities that failed to comply with Section 26 and 29 of the Municipal Structures Act. This includes the capital expenditure conferred for Gauteng municipalities to measure performance. The Portfolio Committee noted with utmost concern that Gauteng municipalities are lagging behind in terms of grant expenditure. That is the MIG, the USDG, and the IUDG. The Portfolio Committee remains seriously concerned with the department having 64 vacancies that are not filled. In the last quarter, the department's vacancy rate was at 59 unfilled positions, and this quarter it increased to 64. In terms of risk assessment, the Portfolio Committee noted with concern the department's inability to enforce water conservation and water demand management in municipalities as a major risk. Madam Speaker, please allow me not to take you through all the parts of the report and consider part not read as read. Coming from the discussions in the Portfolio Committee, the following are the concerns. The Portfolio Committee was concerned on the response to gender-based violence in municipalities, by municipalities, and in terms of the reconciliation of the customer master file against the vendor file performed, 19.319 companies and Intellectual Property Commission owed a total amount of 268 plus million for municipal services. The MEC we also are concerned that there's still non-compliance on legally compliant and responsive IDPs, that revenue expert in Mirafon local municipality, we are also concerned that the Mirafon local municipality is owed around 16.3 million by communities and private entities conclusively. On gender mainstreaming or cross-cutting issues, the department did not provide a breakdown of 21,163 employed personnel through the Community Works program. That we are also concerned that their vacancy rate has increased from 59 to 64 under quarter review. And that the risk of not enforcing water conservation and water demand management in municipalities. And we are recommending that the following, that the department should provide the Portfolio Committee with mechanisms that are instituted in municipalities in terms of changing social norms and behavior through high-level awareness raising and prevention campaigns on gender-based violence. And they should do so by giving us a written response by the 31st of January 2022, that the department should, through the revenue expert, ensure that municipalities collect an amount of 268 million owed by the 19,000 plus companies and CIPC for municipal services rendered throughout Gauteng. The department should also provide the Portfolio Committee with details of municipalities that did not comply with Section 26 and 29 of the MSA and the reasons thereof. The department should provide the Portfolio Committee with a detailed report on the 121 summons that Mirafon local municipality will be issuing due to non-payment of services amounting to 16.3 million. The department should also provide the Portfolio Committee with a breakdown on gender mainstreaming and cross-cutting issues as follows, that they should provide us with numbers of women recruited under the Community Works program, youth and people with living with disabilities that they have recruited, that the department should ensure that all vacancies in the department are filled, as this will ensure comprehensive performance in all budgeted programs and targets. The department should ensure that it prioritizes and promotes the enforcement of water conservation and water demand management in all municipalities, as water is a scarce commodity in the province and in the country. Municipalities should regularly, through public participation, educate communities to report leakages timeously, as this is one of the major contributors to water loss. Madam Speaker, as the chair of COGTA and Human Settlement, I wish to thank the MEC for COGTA, Honorable Maile, and the acting head of department, Ms. Itumele Mokati, and their team. The chairperson also wishes to acknowledge and express my gratitude to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlements, which are Member Ncube, Member Steenman, Member Malema, Member Musmang, Member Srota, Member Dlamini, Member Tong, Member Ledwaba, Member Adams, and Member Dilangi. I further wish to express my appreciation to the contribution of this legislature support staff to the committee. Madam Speaker, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the COGTA and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee present the oversight report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of COGTA for the 2021-2022 financial year, and I hereby recommend for its adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Any seconder to the report?
Seconded, Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you, Honorable Malema, seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes, 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 Madam Speaker.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we get the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Human Settlement for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Diale Tlabela.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I request the House to allow me not to read the whole report and consider the parts not read as read. The Portfolio Committee noted that for the annual appropriation, the department received 5.912 billion and has spent 1.7 plus billion, which is 30% of its total allocation during the second quarter. During the first quarter, the department has reported that it has spent 921, which is 16% of its annual budget allocation, meaning that for the second quarter, the department has spent 14% of its allocation. The department allocated around 1.6 billion to the second quarter and has the end. And as at the end of the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 850 million, which translates to an overall expenditure of 53%, and the department was supposed to spend 100% by the end of the quarter. With regards to program expenditure, the Portfolio Committee noted that on Program 1, which is administration, the department allocated 138 million and the department spent 139, registering an expenditure of 101%. This shows that the program overspent by 1%. On Program 2, the department allocated 4.8 million, and the department managed to spend 3 million, registering an under expenditure of 31%. On Program 3, the department registered an expenditure of 49%, and on Program 4, the department registered 36% expenditure. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department partially achieved its target on percentage of invoices paid within 30 days of receipt. It reported that 89% of the invoices received were paid within 30 days of receipt. Out of 552 invoices received, 493 were paid. On a number of work opportunities created through EPWP incentive grant, 698 jobs were created against a planned target of 5,000. This target was not achieved even in the first quarter. Out of a planned target of 2.5 job opportunities, no job opportunities were created. With regards to the number of work opportunities created through the Human Settlement Development Grant, the department had planned to create about 2.5 opportunities, and no work opportunities were created as at the end of the quarter under review. This was the case even in the first quarter. Furthermore, in terms of rent and rent value of funding facilitated for bulk infrastructure in mining towns per financial year, the planned target for the quarter under review was 88 million. It is reported that this was not achieved, but 24 million was transferred to Mirafone City. In relation to the number of hostels converted into family units, the planned target was 4, and this target was not achieved. In the first quarter, the planned target for this line item was 3 and was still not achieved. The department is citing delays in the finalization of supply chain management processes, which as a portfolio committee, we're very concerned. We are also concerned that the department is not achieving its own set targets timeously. The committee continues to encourage the department to ensure effective, efficient quality service delivery, and where necessary, the department should put control measures and consequent management on non-performance. Madam Speaker, the following are the consents from the portfolio committee. Based on the note that the year has already gone past by half, the portfolio committee remains concerned that the department has not yet spent half of its budget. We are also concerned on lack of reporting on the interest incurred due to late payment of service providers, failure to achieve a planned target of 2.5 work opportunities created through the Human Settlement Development Grant, lack of reporting on the work done in Beggersdal, Everton, and Winterveld urban renewal programs for the 2020-2021 financial year, lack of interim services support provided on a number of informal settlements on Category A, Category B, B1, B2, and C municipalities, no report indicating the allocation of conditional grants to municipalities and expenditure incurred. The following recommendations to the committee the department is expected to respond to the committee at least by the 22nd of February 2022. The department should indicate whether there will be funds returning to Treasury during adjustment period. The department should indicate the amount of interest they have incurred on late payments of service providers, provide the portfolio committee with reasons on the lack of creating work opportunities through the Human Settlements Development Grant. Moreover, provide remedial action on when these jobs will be created. Provide the committee with a breakdown of the work done in Beggersdal, Everton, and Winterveld Urban Renewal Program for the 2020-2021 financial year and the cost for each project. Provide the committee with a list of names of the 54 informal settlements and specify the kind of services that were provided to these informal settlements, as well as the rent value of the services provided. Provide a detailed report of the allocated conditional grants to municipalities and expenditure thereof. The portfolio committee recommends to the legislature that the written response should be forwarded to GPL on the resolution as adopted by the House by the 22nd of February 2022. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the MEC of Human Settlement, Honorable Maile, the head of the department, Ms. Mbanjwa, and their team. And I also wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to honorable members that serves under this portfolio committee, and also furthermore wishes to express my appreciation to the contribution made by the staff members who are our group coordinator, Ms. S. Mpanjwa Mbalwa, senior researcher, Ms. Nenelui, Ms. Researcher Kwebani, senior coordinator, Ms. Muteke, and Ms. Jabulile, and all other members of the support staff to the committee. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the Cogton Human Settlement Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement for the 2021-2022 financial year and recommends its adoption. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I call on a seconder to the report.
I second.
Honorable Malema seconding. Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All
Yes.
all not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Health Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Health for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Paladi Dikhamela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. A total appropriation adjusted budget of 56,505 1,266,266 was set for the 2021-2022 financial year. At the end of the second quarter of 2021-2022 financial year, only 14 billion was spent. That amount to 25.3%. Evidence of underspending and overspending across programs in the quarter under review is identified. I request that parts of the report that I will not be able to read be considered as read by the House. The committee is noting with concern the excessive overspending of 79.1% in administration program in the quarter under review. This excessive spending in this program was already identified in the first quarter. Remedial interventions to cap overspending was requested then. Despite cautioning by the committee, the pattern of overspending continued to the current quarter under review. Of serious concern, Honorable Speaker, fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 930,779 million of irregular expenditure in the quarter under review is reported. The department reported accrual, settlement, and an increase in medical legal claims incurred in prior year paid against the state, including payment of the legal fees and payment of the 2021 wage settlement agreements as part of the contributions towards these anomalies. 158 targets were set and only 76, amounting to 57%, were achieved by the department. Further overspending is observed on provincial hospital services, as well as central hospital services at 51.9% and 53.1% respectively. Underspending is observed on the following programs: emergency medical services, health sciences training, healthcare support services, health facilities management by 49.3%, and district health services by 49.9%, which is within the target. The program of the department were aligned with the key priorities, which are stated in the report, Honorable Speaker. The department participated in program TEPO 1 million. This is a job creation and an empowerment program for the unemployed youth. The department will be ensuring contributions to the program by offering internship program and learnership program for the unqualifying youth. Of this program, 514 learnership participants and 30 bursary participants, which will bring the total number of participants to 1,200, comprising of 857 female and 343 male participants as beneficiary. The committee believes that the department was adequately capacitated and resourced to carry out its function. However, the department needs to improve on the following areas, Honorable Speaker: filling of vacant positions and ensuring that unfunded posts are attended to based on the facility demand study and assessment. The department spending across this program is still a concern to the committee beyond the measure that were put in the previous financial year. However, these patterns are still noted with concern. The department must continuously review and strengthen its spending pattern. The department should also outline the plan and strategy on how to address the persistent accruals. And the department should ensure proper alignment of its financial performance against the target performance. On oversight, Honorable Speaker, the department reported an exceeded target in employment of women at senior management positions due to the commitment by the executive and senior management to include EE representative in source and select panel. Honorable Speaker, the department recorded non-achievement in the following areas: percentage of on budget spent on township enterprises against identified commodities, percentage of service providers invoices without dispute paid within 30 days, percentage of CHCs implementing PACS, percentage of CAC with integrated health information system, percentage of hospitals with integrated health information system, and ART patients remaining on ART and so forth. The department's achievement with respect to Giodi was as follows. Number of women at SMS positions at 48%. Total number of people living with disabilities recruited in the department is 1,424. So they have exited the 5% target, and a total youth participation in the development program is 1,200 as mentioned earlier. On SMME, Honorable Speaker, the department reported that it had achieved 29% in this category, and there was only 34% invoices which were paid within 30 days in the quarter under review. On committee's recommendations, committee's findings and concerns, the committee is concerned with the continuous overspending and underspending across programs, Madam Speaker. The committee is concerned that the department could not achieve a target of infant first PCR test positive at birth rate due to poor performance in Tshwane and all other regions in the province. With respect to the accruals from the previous financial year, the total amount of accruals, when will the payment of accruals be finalized? The committee's recommendations are as follows. The department should provide factors for overspending and underspending across the program and mitigation plan to ensure that the spending is aligned by the end of the financial year. These are expected on the 22nd of February 2020. The department is to provide a report on plans to mitigate poor performance on infants' first PCR test positive at birth rate and further ensure that all facilities are compliant. This is expected as a written response as well as the previous one on the 22nd of February 2020. The department must report on time frame to ensure that accruals are paid and a progress made thus far. A written response are expected by the 22nd of February 2022. On acknowledgement, Honorable Speaker, the chairperson, Dr. M.R. Paladidi Ramela, wish to thank the Honorable MEC for Health, Dr. Nomathemba Mokheti, and her team for the preparation of the second quarter report for 2021-2022 financial year and the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to questions raised by honorable members of the committee. It is appreciated and acknowledging the selfless role of the committee. Honorable Speaker, I think somebody is making noise here and talking. I would like to acknowledge someone is disturbing, Honorable Speaker. Highly appreciated is the selfless role of the committee members of the Health Portfolio Committee for their dedication and commitment, Dr. Masuku, Mr. P. Mabunda, Mr. J. Bloom, Ms. P. Mabala, Mr. A. Ms. Albert, and A. Ghana, Mr. A. Ghana. I would like to acknowledge the support staff led by Ms. Z. Panchwambalo, senior researcher Dr. Ninweli and Dr. Mukonoto, committee coordinator N. Gidi and N. August, and the administrator Tim Somi, service officer Aingobo Hensat M. Makwela, information officer W. Sibande, communication officer Mr. Mukoka, and public outreach officers. On adoption in accordance with R117 subsection 2, section 2, subsection C, read together with Rule 164. The Health Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Health second quarter report for 2021-2022 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee's contents and recommendations made in this report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Paladin. Any seconder to the report?
Madam Speaker, Member Bloom to second. Thank you.
Honorable Bloom seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those not in favor say no.
Yes.
The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Education Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Education for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Chilwane.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you so much. Can the areas that I will not be reading be considered as read? The committee noted the department's quarter 2 report and its commitment towards the implementation of the 2021-22 financial year goals. Key highlights for the quarter under review include the opening of online application for the 2020 academic year, which went live on the 13th of September 2021. Capacity training for school governing body members, SGBs, wherein 10,000 newly elected SGB members were capacitated. The department focused on conducting school readiness, verification and ensuring systems were ready for learning and teaching during the welcoming back of learners in grade R to 7. Under Program 1 administration, the department reported that with respect to education management, all public schools, including special schools, are in the process of receiving deliveries of LTSM procured for the 2022 academic year. Education Management Information System in the second quarter report focused on aligning to GDE's APP output indicators with the 2019 to 2024 MTSF outcomes as provided in the Department of Basic Education template. Additionally, the printing of the 2021-22 annual performance plan and budget highlights and submission to the legislature. The MTSF indicators and TIDs for the 2022-23 standardized output indicators were developed. On Program 2, the committee noted in terms of public primary schools, foundation phase tasks were internally monitored at school level to determine the extent to which the desired outcome of assessment will be achieved. For public secondary schools, the SIP tuition program continues to focus on problem solving, wherein the selected topics were based on the 2020 diagnostic NFC report. The focus is also on last push strategies to equip learners with skills of identifying question types underpinned by action verbs. The training and capacitation of teachers on ICT focused on digital literacy programs, concentrating digital skills training as well as digital learning. A lot of emphasis was placed on the mediation of freely available DBE and DDE content platforms and resources. With respect to school, sport, culture, and media services, the department reported that capacity building for netball beginners and level 1 umpiring courses were held in September for educators from all 11 districts. With the training educators as umpires and referees is an attempt to strengthen the Wednesday Leagues program. On Program 3, a total of 978 applications for home education were processed. Of these, 900 applications were approved, and the remaining 78 applications are still being processed within the primary phase. With respect to secondary phase, a total of 40,098 learners who are in grade 8 to 12 are subsidized for the 2021-22 financial year. A total of 590 queries about lockdown learning were processed, and 978 applications for home education were processed. Now, on Program 4, Public Special School Education. In terms of Program 4, the department reported the support was provided to school-based therapists at 7 schools via MS Teams, telephonically, or by email. Speech therapists and audiologists were supported at 10 schools. Due to COVID-19, the program for LSM sport was disrupted. On Program 5, ECD, a curriculum information forum meeting was convened with district foundation phase coordinators and subject advisors where ECD plans for 2021 were shared and challenges were identified during school support visits were discussed within the grade R in public school. The department procured grade R startup kits for targeted community-based centers. Curriculum support was provided at Busile Pre-Primary Preschool, Cinderella Preschool, Creative Creatures Preschool, the Greater Woki Nursery, Sinetemba Siabonga, Kamaland, as well as Bitumelo schools. On program 6, on infrastructure development, in terms of public honor schools, all newly building administrative blocks were provided with facilities that meet the norms and standards. All new projects for new and replacement schools, renovation and rehabilitation, together with additions and upgrades are provided with ICT equipment as a requirement in special schools. On program 7, examination and education-related services, the department reported that educators and district officials were provided with social work information to deal with learners at risk in need of care and protection. One-on-one counseling was provided to learners with a view to enhance social functioning. In terms of special projects, the COVID-19 pandemic had a negative impact on the implementation of some of the GCRA programs because they are largely dependent on partnership with host employers. It is, however, also presented opportunities for youth. In preparations for 2021 November NSC matric examinations, external invigilators were appointed to administer and manage the conduct of examination at these centers. Residence monitor will be deployed to ensure the integrity of the examination is not compromised. Assessment and moderation in 2 phases of district moderation has been conducted, and 1 phase of provisional moderation has been completed. Moderation outlining the challenges and mitigation of SBA were shared with all schools. I'll move straight to committee concerns and recommendations. The committee has noted with concern the spending pattern regarding ECD and ID, which is of concern, and suggests the department still needs to implement effective measures to ensure that spending is aligned to Treasury regulation to achieve the 2021-2022 financial objective. The committee has also noted plans afoot to receive the function from social development from April 2020. According to the department, this has been made possible by a weekly meeting that takes place between 2 departments. The committee during the quarter-end review noted challenges with bursary scheme run by entities such as GCRA, where students are still faced with challenges regarding receipt of money due to them. With respect to vacant posts, the committee is concerned that the department is delaying in terms of filling these posts, as there are no time frames. The committee is concerned about the slow progress regarding the department's intervention towards challenges experienced at Philadelphia Special School. On recommendations, the committee recommends that the department put measures in place for ECD and ID to start spending in line with the Treasury regulations. The committee recommends that the department provides a progress report with respect to provisions of bursaries and what is the role of the judiciary as the implementing agent. The committee recommends the department provides a progress report with respect to time frame and measures in place to fill the vacant post at the level of district head office and schools. With respect to Philadelphia Special School in Tshwane, the committee recommends that the department provides a progress report regarding the exact challenges within the school, responses to the memorandum presented by the LRC during a protest, what measures will be put in place to bring the school to its full functioning. The committee recommends the department put measures in place for ECDI to start spending to align with Treasury regulation. All these must be responded by. Written response should be done by the 28th of February 2022. The Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC of Education, Honorable Lusufi, senior officials, for the presentation of the second quarterly report and the substantial and sustained efforts they have made to inform the Portfolio Committee of the details of the quarterly report. Furthermore, the Chair, Chairperson Honorable Chulani, would like to thank the following committee members: Honorable Hassan, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Mpisi, Honorable Ramulifo, Honorable Dos Santos, Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Mazi, Honorable Deval Albert, and Honorable Adams for their dedication and support during this process. And further thank the group's coordinator, Ms. Zuzulu Mpanzo Mbalo, Senior Researcher, Sekina Noel, and Senior Committee Coordinator, Shalinga, and the team as outlined. In adoption, In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Education Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Education second quarterly report for the 2021-22 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account committee concerns and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Any seconder to the report?
I rise to
Member
second.
Kume to second.
Who's seconding?
Member Adams.
MEC, I second on my behalf.
Honorable Adams seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you get the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The next order of the day is debate on the annual report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Ncube.
Madam Speaker, please note kindly that I have the honor of Honorable Ncube to stand in for her. She's unable to partake in the debate due to her untimely ill health. If that is in order, may I proceed, Madam Speaker?
Proceed, Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker of the House, Honorable Premier of the Province, the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Comrade Mzit Kumalo, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of this August Legislature, distinguished guests, people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, constitutionally, our country has a three-tier system of government with separation of powers, as we all know. Within this three-tier system, provincial interests are given some protection against complete central dominance through the National Council of Provinces. The power of local governments is also secured in the Constitution, but it is even more limited than that of provinces. Municipalities are subject to substantial regulation by the national and provincial governments, with provinces having strong powers to intervene in failing municipalities. Madam Speaker, I'm giving this not only as context for our debate, but also to set the scene, as some have questioned our motives in service delivery. But before I dwell on the substance of the COGTA debate, allow me to basically start by addressing a very pertinent matter of life and death as it presents an existential crisis to mankind in our country and the world at large today. It is the matter of gender-based violence, not forgetting the deadly COVID-19 pandemic, which is also wreaking havoc in our province. Madam Speaker, we are not proud to read reports that say South Africa has one of the highest rates of violence against women and children in the world. Just over a year ago, on the 4th of December 2020, the Mail and Guardian reported that 51% of South African women admitted to having experienced gender-based violence, with 76% of men admitting they have perpetrated gender-based violence. This clearly is abnormal, hence the concerted effort of our government, of our ANC-led government, to deal with this. We are aware of the commitment by the department to support all efforts and initiatives to fight this scourge of domestic and gender-based violence in all our communities. The department, in partnership with the Liquor Board and other organizations, hosted a session of Amandebele, Kaskulumi, and Balibilo to educate male participants on issues of gender-based violence, patriarchy, and substance abuse. Our revolution is against all forms of oppression, after all. We are following in the footsteps of Thomas Sankara, who once said, open quote, "There is no true social revolution without liberation of women," close quote. I will add economically, politically, and socially, including from gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, let me revert back to the substance of the COGTA debate, as I called it earlier. As mentioned in the annual report, Gauteng COGTA has a clear set of outcomes that are geared towards supporting the electoral mandate of government. The goal of this plan is to foster urban planning, cooperative governance, and improve the performance of local government and the institution of traditional leadership in the Gauteng province. The aim of cooperative government is to drive an effective system of governance, to build sustainable municipalities, inclusive communities, and the institution of traditional leadership in the Gauteng city region. Cooperative governance is about the three spheres of government working in collaboration to deliver a comprehensive package of services to our communities. For ease of reference, let's understand that our system of governance is at the intersection of constitutional and majoritarian democracy, contrary to the popular view. For service delivery during this period, municipalities have generally reported that they had high vacancies in the areas of water, electricity, waste management. An example in case is the city of Joburg that reported to have recorded 50% and 18% vacancies on refuse removal and water services, respectively. On water, electricity, and refuse removal, Mfulen local municipality reported 50%, 40%, and 34%. And Midvaal local municipality, 4%, 19%, and 22 vacancies, respectively. This has adversely affected service delivery in that it delayed the turnaround times to respond to the emergencies that relate to burst water pipelines and repairs of infrastructure. Madam Speaker, municipalities also battled with high water and electricity losses. This resulted in very high costing of a substantial amount of money for the municipalities. The highest the highest losses in monetary terms were recorded in the metropolitan municipalities, the local municipalities within City District and the Western District's local municipalities, respectively. As reported, these municipalities have collectively recorded a loss of 889.6 million and 463 million, respectively. The highest financial losses in this area are the city of Joburg and Mfulen local municipality, each recording a loss of 4.2 billion and 750 million, respectively. Madam Speaker, let's talk about what the provincial COGTA did to address the identified challenges faced by the municipalities. Several strategic interventions were put in place. One such intervention was evident when the Gauteng Departments of Treasury and Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, through engagements with SALGA, municipalities, Eskom, and Randwater, developed a committee to assist municipalities in drafting payment plans to Eskom and Randwater, taking into consideration cash flow constraints in the municipalities. At this point, I would like to refer back to our seminal document as the ANC, which is called the National Democratic Revolution. The recent loss of local government power by its political implications means that the 1994 breakthrough, which had created the basis for the reconfiguration of state to enable it to be a central platform for which to achieve the strategic objective of the National Democratic Revolution, typified by the creation of a national democratic society, could be advanced. A legitimate state became the constitutional and political institution through which the struggle for liberation of the oppressed would be advanced, thus confirming the political notion that the state had become the principal terrain of struggle, where people's participation remains central. People's participation is the essence of good governance, as Narendra Modi said. We hope that the machinery of government will not be subjected to the will of those administering the machinery, as opposed to the will of the people, as we have and continue to see in most minority governments, like in the local governments led by smaller parties. Madam Speaker, in traditional affairs, significant achievements have also been made in fulfilling our mandate in service of the traditional leadership and communities within our province. The department hosted an awareness campaign in collaboration with social development and Gauteng monitoring team to educate the learners about cultural practice of initiation as a rite of passage and transformation from childhood to adulthood. In addition, the department hosted an awareness campaign to educate the community and the initiation school principals about the process of registering the initiation and requirements needed to establish initiation school. Madam Speaker, this is good governance in action. At the risk of turning this into a Narendra Modi praise-singing concert, please allow me, Madam Speaker, to quote him one last time, Madam Speaker. He says, open quote, mere good governance is not enough. It has to be pro-people and proactive. Good governance is putting people at the center of development process, close quote. As COGTA, we agree. Madam Speaker, for greater efficiency and improved service delivery, the budget funds the the district delivery model, which aligns municipal and provincial plans and strategies in line with the provision of support to struggling municipalities, with emphasis on ways to improve service delivery outputs and build efficiencies. The district delivery model acknowledges the interdependence and complementary nature of programs and projects within the district and beyond. As the ANC, we favorably are in support of the COPTA report presented in the House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Dong.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There is a number of issues in the annual report that need to be addressed because this department occupies a central role as it is responsible for ensuring that municipalities deliver most sought after services to the poorest South Africans in Gauteng. As the EFF, we noted that beside the Auditor General not finding any significant deficiencies in material misstatements, and department lacks the capacity to build its own internal human capital with necessary skills to ensure that strategic objectives are met. This is evident that the department fails to deliver, then roll back money to the treasury. They underspend the budget allocation by 51.5 million in the 2020-2021 financial year. The department's permanent reliance on consultant poses a serious risk as this will be adopted by municipalities. In her briefing to Parliament on the 2019-2020 municipal audit outcomes, Auditor General pointed out that municipalities relied on short-term and costly solutions such as consultants to compare the lack of financial management and these skills in Gauteng, with many young auditors graduating annually, but the language are unemployment misery daily. For the 2020-2021 financial year, the department spent over 18 million on consultants. The department has failed to exercise an oversight role on how municipalities in the province use taxpayers' money. The annual municipal audit report released that the Auditor General painted a worrying picture on some of the province's municipalities. It revealed unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures by municipalities. The report further revealed that these municipalities are unable to launch proper investigations in the irregular expenditure. This trend in irregular expenditures has become a norm within the Gauteng municipalities. Investigations must be pursued to determine what this is about. We need strict consequences now more than ever. We are concerned with this use with job opportunities. As the EFF, we would like to reiterate that the EPWP is not sustainable and can never address the structural employment that this province has and the country. The problem of unemployment and job creation can only be achieved through massive projected industrial development and abolishment of labor broking and gradual ending of the tender system. Sustainable jobs will be created as sustained if this is done. EPWP just lead to dysfunctional cycle of poverty. The EFF puts on record that the Department of COPTA is not doing justice to the people of Gauteng around the municipalities around the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Tilange.
Speaker, good morning. It is a great concern to return to this House and witness the same concerns of underspending and underperformance and lack of service delivery filtering down to local governments year after year. True enough, COVID did have a paralyzing effect on the operations, but it sure also created a large gap to be filled, which are not taking place adequately. Neglected programs resulting in wasted tax money is nothing but our own responsibility as guardians of the taxpayer and residents of this province's money and well-being. Cooperative governance in this landmark of the end product at local government, and we are failing dismally. With this, too many issues are swept under the carpet and the elephant in the room is being ignored. To be truly effective, this department must take a look at the bigger picture and act all-inclusive. We cannot just highlight one or two programs and try to sell it as a success.
Thank you, Member. Honorable Msimanga.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, year in, year out, we meet in this House to debate the annual report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, where we highlight the issues and the importance that the department needs to be addressing some of the challenges that the Auditor General continue to raise in, year out. The department's political leadership and the top management carries, a lot, but seems to be doing very little in terms of what the department's mandate is. And they constantly fail to fix and address these issues. Madam Speaker, I think that the department, MEC Maile and the head of department must take serious look in terms of how this department perform and ensure that we're able to then turn it around. We will be taking some serious exception if we are sitting again this coming year and there's nothing more that has been done to make sure that the performance of municipalities have actually then improved. The MEC and the HOD should be ashamed, knowing that the performance of many of the Gauteng municipalities has shifted from bad to worse, and millions of our people are suffering due to a lack of basic services such as regular refuse removal, sanitation, water, and electricity. The department has committed a serious crime to the residents of Gauteng, as it has once again underspent on its allocated budget for the 2020-2021 financial year by an amount of 51.5 million rand across all programs. This money could have been used to assist our municipalities, such as in Fuleni local municipality, the Merafun local municipality, and Mogale city local municipality, which are in financial distress and in desperate need of financial assistance to provide much needed services to our people. The department underspent by 10.8 million rand in Program 3, which is looking at the development and planning, and a further 3.4 million rand in Program 4 that is looking at the traditional institutional management. The department also underspent by 9.6 million in Program 2 that is looking at local governance, where service delivery is much needed. The underspending is largely due to the slow progress in the filling of vacancies in the Community Development Workers Program. Lockdown is currently being used or is continuously being used as a reason why money is not being spent, while placing advertisement for such posts that could have been filled during this period continues to happen. So we don't understand what is happening here. This department does not care about the plight of the people, where this money could have been sustaining lives of families during this difficult period of lockdown, as many of our residents are unemployed, with some having lost their income due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, the department incurred a regular expenditure of amount of 578,000 rand, to which 511,000 relates to overpayment of performance bonuses for employees, which were above the Department of Public Services and Administration's threshold, while 67,000 rand was for non-compliance with procurement processes. It is a disgrace that the department can overspend and overpay employees' performance bonuses while there is nothing to show for the work done by the employees at the department is underperforming and placing so much pressure on the municipalities. Again, the department failed to fill the vacant position of the Community Development Workers Program, but managed to overpay staff bonuses. Now, the question is, what are we paying performance bonuses for if the department doesn't meet its performance targets? This means that employees of the department are concerned more about lining pockets instead of rendering services for millions of residents to the people of Gauteng. Surely MEC Maile and the HOD are the top, and the top management must account for this money that was overpaid to employees. Failure to account for this money will be an insult to the taxpayers and to our residents who are meant to be benefiting from this money. This is not a surprise, though, as the department in the previous annual report, has spent over 60% of its budget on administration, which includes paying employee salaries, and left very few cents for the actual service delivery. Madam Speaker, COGTA has dismally failed to reach all the targets for the year under review. The department did not have its organizational structure approved, which is of great concern, as the department cannot be able to function effectively without an approved organizational structure. The organizational structure is an important aspect, as it helps in terms of task allocation, coordination, improving operating efficiency, eliminating duplication of work, and ensuring faster decision-making. It is high time that the department's organizational structure is approved to improve the department's performance and to be able to hold officials accountable for services that they're supposed to be rendering to our people. The department did not achieve its target of launching the pilot district development model, with 80% of the integrated development plan assessment for recommendation implemented by municipalities also not being achieved during the period under review. The first draft of the Gauteng Spatial Development Framework was not reviewed in the period under review as planned. This is yet another failure by the department under the political leadership of MEC Maile, who led to be exacerbating the crisis of our municipalities. The municipalities are solely dependent on the department for support, yet the department is also failing to assist and rescue them from the financial and service delivery crisis and the planning thereof. The Mfuleni local municipality is experiencing a serious long-term cash flow crisis, which has resulted in total service delivery collapse under the watch of the department. There is no regular refuse removal, with water and electricity challenges. Infrastructure such as roads, stormwater drainage are old and dilapidated, and there is no money to fix and upgrade this infrastructure. Mfuleni residents have suffered enough of a lack of service delivery, and they will continue to suffer, yet the department that has the mandate to assist in the municipalities is failing to address and repair the sewer system and other infrastructure in the area. The money that the department has underspent could have been used to ensure that the basic services are rendered in Mfuleni and other distressed municipalities. Residents, by paying their debt and assist ensuring that all those that want to pay for services do ultimately get the services. Eskom and Ron Water continue to be owed billions of rands by municipalities, and we hear only MEC going to intervene when assets of the municipalities are touched. This cannot continue to happen. We are pleading with MEC. We just started the new local government period now between 2021 and 2026. It is now high time that we shift gears into ensuring that our municipalities are assisted, are equipped, and are actually capacitated to ensuring that they are able to then deliver the services to the people of this beautiful province of ours. If we are not able to do that, we would have indeed failed the people of Hammanskraal, we would have failed the people of Soweto, we would have failed the people of Mfuleni and other areas across the province of ours. We are asking that MEC, we put political squabbling aside and ensure that we are able to then concentrate on what it will mean to people's lives around. We call on leadership in Africa. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And let's thank all the members who have contributed to the debate. And we should start by noting all the important issues that Member Malema has raised, including revenue issues in the municipalities, the continued challenges, and how do we put people at the center of everything that we do, because we govern in the interest of the people, not for our own interests. So we note that. Then Member Tong, unfortunately, she didn't say much that we could respond to, except I think the usual rhetoric of the EFF and I think we should have a discussion.
You are the
as
one
this
who
house
is talking
on the
nonsense,
issues
MEC.
of the usage of consultants versus because the member gives stats in terms of how much we have spent, which is not even, I think, in percentage terms, 2% of our personnel budget. And she goes on to claim that there is no internal capacity. I don't know how is that quantified, what barometer is being used. So I'm just demonstrating that this is just a usual rhetoric that is not evidence-based and which demonstrates the incapacity to comprehend governance issues because there isn't any capacity in that organization. And then she raises the issues that are there of EPWP. We have never said or claimed that EPWP is a panacea to the problems that we face as a country. We've always said this is an intervention to be able to mitigate the circumstances that our people find themselves in. And we should continue to explore other interventions that are long-term and sustainable in creating jobs for our people. And this includes ensuring that we grow our economy, its capacity, the GDP, and that it's able to create jobs. So we are not narrow in our approach. So those are some of the issues that I thought I should just in passing highlight. And then there's I think Member Dilange, all in all, she's saying she was saying issues are being swept under the carpet. It will be interesting to hear her more on those issues that are swept under the carpet because ignoring real issues will not solve problems. It is not in our best interest as a government to ignore issues because if we do that, especially if it's deliberate, if we do that, these issues will persist and they will never vanish and we will never be able to achieve our objectives. So I can assure Member Dilange that it's not our intention to do that, and we will be interested to know from her what issues are those and we can take them up. You know, Honorable Speaker, when you listen to Member Simang, I think firstly there's issues of just to conceptualize the role of COGTA, because as he speaks, there's a lot of inconsistencies, and not just today, even previously. You know, when it's convenient, COGTA must intervene, COGTA must do this and that and all that. And that is the consistency of the DA in terms of the inability, which I think to a larger degree it's deliberate, to understand what is it that COGTA does. And I always refer the member, and I will do that today as well. Firstly, the Constitution of the Republic. There's various sections there. There's section 152. I think it deals with what municipalities must do. Then there's section 154, which deals with what the province or other spheres of government, how to relate with the municipalities. But the constitution of the republic says the executive and legislative authority of a municipality rests with council, not with the MEC or minister or whoever. So that's the starting point. And then the Constitution of the Republic goes further to say that the province must provide what we call an oversight role. See, what you are doing on COGTA now, in debating this and in calling us to committee meetings and all that, it's oversight on the role of the department. And as you know yourself, there's certain things that you can't do when you are responsible for oversight, because it's oversight. It doesn't mean interference. It doesn't mean implementing and all that. And then it talks about coordinating, it talks about cooperative governance. So I hope the honorable member will find time to read about all that. But I thought it's important as well, just to remind ourselves of what are we talking about, so that we don't just talk and say people don't have water, they don't have electricity, COGTA is failing. COGTA is not providing water or electricity. And the Constitution goes further, Madam Speaker, to even say what is the role of each sphere of government and what are functions of each role, each sphere. There are functions, for instance, I saw some articles saying the province must provide water in Hammanskraal. It's not our competence in terms of the Constitution. It's a competence of the municipality and of national. We will do our oversight role. We are not even allocated those resources. But it also boggles the mind, the inability of the honorable member to even comprehend how resources are distributed. He was a mayor. He knows there's DORA. He knows the different grants that are there and all that. So to mislead the House, which is deliberate, and the public, and say that money that was budgeted for something else that had nothing to do with the issues that is raising, it has been used to help municipalities and all that. I think it's just desperation at best, because the member didn't know how to criticize and what to say, because the provincial COGTA is proactive in how we work with the municipalities. And that's why we are promoting Section 154, which says we must support. And that we have explained on various occasions how it is done. We even explained that we've got senior managers deployed in these municipalities to help these municipalities and not to run municipalities, because municipalities have got, and that's why the other member was just asking me a question that is just irrelevant about whether money, I'm sure it was used or not. I wouldn't know that, because I'm not running municipalities, and the law will not allow us to do that. And
Thank you, MEC.
Thank
you, MEC.
Thank you very much. There was a few things. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. Can you go to the next order?
Sure, really. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The next order of the day is consideration of cooperative governance, traditional affairs, and women settlement portfolio committee's oversight report on the annual report of the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Diale Tlabela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. May I request the House to accept that the parts that I'm not going to be reading in this report as read. The portfolio committee noted that the department's budget expenditure is 560 million in the year 2020-2021 against the budget allocation of 611 plus million. The department has materially underspent the budget by 8%. However, the Auditor General found that the department achieved a clean audit opinion for the year under review. The Portfolio Committee also noted that the department achieved 77% of its target in the year 2020-2021 financial year. The department reported that 4 municipalities, namely City of Ekurhuleni, Midvaal Local Municipality, Lesedi Local Municipality, and Mogale, are functional according to the Back to Basics tracking tool. 2 district municipalities, West Rand and Citybeng, were supported with technical skills through Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency. A multidisciplinary teams in engineering and town planning. On payment of service providers within 15 days, the department reported that 97% of businesses were paid on the stipulated days for 2020-2021 financial year. The Portfolio Committee noted with concern that in the past 3 years, both the traditional councils of Amandebele Balibilo and Amandebele Banzunza failed to produce their financial records. On strategic risk assessments, the department noted the following risks: inability to effectively support municipalities, fragmented planning across the province, failure or inability to address fraud and corruption. This is to mention but a few, Madam Speaker. On concerns and recommendations, the following are the Portfolio Committee's concerns on the Department of COGTA in Gauteng's annual report. The department only reached 77% of its performance targeted for the financial year under review. The department did not provide the following information for the Portfolio Committee's questions in terms of the 5% cases resolved during the period under review, name of cases resolved under municipalities, name of cases resolved through sector departments, name of cases resolved by the Office of the Premier. On Program 5, in the past 3 financial years, both the traditional councils, Amandebele Balibilo le Matebele and Zunza, did not produce their financial records. The department did not adequately address the leadership dispute in Amandebele Balibilo in Hammanskraal. Oversight on budget expenditure. The overall expenditure of the department is at 92% during the financial year under review. I think honorable members will also note that this department lost its HOD due to COVID towards the end of last year. This means that the department may his soul rest in peace. This means that the department recorded an underspending of 8%, which surpasses the permissible 5% under expenditure as per the Treasury's regulations and PFMA. The department has utilized 12% expenditure on machinery equipment in the financial year under review, mainly due to delays on procurement of tools of trade. On Gauteng municipal audit outcomes, 2019-2020 financial year, the province recorded 2 qualified audit opinions in Emfuleni and Rand West. Both municipalities have regressed from unqualified opinion in the previous year to qualified audit outcomes for the year under review. The Portfolio Committee recommends the following, and that the department should give response by the 31st of January 2020. On Program 1, the department should in future perform 100% on all its budgeted targets as underperformance leads to compromising of service delivery to communities. The department should also provide the Portfolio Committee with the following information on the 5% cases resolved pertaining to community development workers during the year under review. There is cases resolved in municipalities, sector departments, and through the Office of the Premier. And on Program 5, the department should provide the portfolio committee with a report outlining how it will in future assist and ensure that both the traditional councils in Tshwane, that is Matebele a Lebelo le Matebele a Nzunza, produce their financial records to ensure appropriate account of revenue as allocated to both councils. The department should provide the portfolio committee with a progress report on the measures that has been put in place to address the leadership dispute of Matebele a Lebelo ko Hammanskraal. The portfolio committee has in the past financial year raised this concern, and we hope that the department will respond accordingly. Oversight on budget expenditure. The department should ensure 100% spending of its funds henceforth as per Treasury regulations and PFMA, as under expenditure hinders the achievement of services to be provided to communities. The department should ensure that in future, procurement of tools of trade to be utilized by personnel to ensure that services are delivered accurately to communities is achieved. Underspending by the department is a hindrance to service delivery in the province. On municipal audit outcomes, in order to avoid regressing on the Auditor General's audit opinion, the department should ensure that proper control systems are in place to adequately address the weaknesses identified by the Auditor General in both Emfuleni and Rand West municipalities, and to ensure the effectiveness of the internal control system by embracing the culture of good governance and accountability. I hereby wishes to thank Honorable MEC Maile and the Acting HOD, Ms. Itumele Mukate, together with their team from the Gauteng Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs for their cooperation and participation in portfolio committee activities. I also wish to express my gratitude to my colleagues in the portfolio committee, as mentioned earlier, and also would like to appreciate contribution made by the Gauteng Provincial Legislature staff members. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlement recommends that the report on COGTA Annual Oversight Report for the 2020-2021 financial year be adopted, considering the committee comments and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second the report, Speaker.
Sibanga seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
No? All not in favor. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The seventh order of the day is debate on the annual report of the Department of Human Settlement for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Shiman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. MEC Maile and all MECs present and honourable members of this House. On the 26th of June 1955, South Africans from across South Africa gathered at Kliptown to adopt the Freedom Charter, which remains our guiding document. The clause which focuses on housing is as follows: there shall be houses, security and comfort. All people shall have the right to live where they choose, be decently housed, and to bring up their families in comfort and security. Slums shall be abolished and new suburbs built where all have transport, roads, lighting, playing fields, creches, and social centres. Fenced locations and ghettos shall be abolished, and laws which break up families shall be repealed. In 2019, the ANC election manifesto included the following in relation to housing and human settlements. We will work closely with the private sector to develop major development projects that brings together economic nodes, human settlements, smart technologies, and public transportation that impact on spatial transformation. These include building at least one new South African city of the future, release land at the disposal of the state for site and service to afford households the opportunity to build and own their own homes, improve the alignment of housing provision with other public investments and service provision, including schools and health facilities and transport networks, complementing more integrated residential, industrial and commercial land, address the title deeds backlog, along with associated institutional and capacity gaps to ensure that the transfer of title deeds moves with higher speed. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, under the leadership of MEC Maile, is working to ensure that the commitments made by the ANC and those contained in the Freedom Charter are met. The ANC members within the Portfolio Committee of Human Settlements will be closely monitoring the progress towards meeting the ANC's commitments to the electorate. The debate today, which focuses on the Human Settlements Annual Report for the financial year 2020-21, was a year like no other. In January 2020, little did we know that our lives would be turned upside down as the world was faced with a pandemic we had not experienced in our lifetimes. No part of the world was spared. From 27 March 2020, South Africa went into a total lockdown for 5 weeks and thereafter moved between various lockdown levels, which impacted on the ability of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements to deliver on and meet its targets. Some of the factors which affected the performance of the department include the following: the supply and availability of building materials, the regular opening and closing of construction sites because of COVID-19 cases, the interruption of supply chain management processes, particularly in the hard lockdown, the invasion of strategic land parcels, and in some cases, the invasion of completed housing units. Despite the impact which COVID-19 had, the department was able to achieve a number of important milestones, which include the following: the registration of 6,900 title deeds, the acquisition of 6 land parcels, 3 of which are for rapid land release purposes, the delivery of 6,700 housing units, the developing of the Gauteng Spatial Master Plan, the approval of the Gauteng Hospital Redevelopment Strategy, the delivery of 6,100 mega project stands, 6,700 work opportunities and jobs created through the Human Settlements Development Grant and the expanded Public Works Program, the approval of the Rapid Land Release Program, Service Sites Policy, and the approval of the Housing Allocations Policy, and there are many others that were achieved as well. The department will need to focus on ensuring that it attains the targets it sets and improve the overall level of attainment going forward. It's a problem that's been there in the department for a while, and we hope that they'd be able to rectify this. With the approval of the Hostel Redevelopment Strategy, we trust that this will help to speed up the implementation of the redevelopment program. In particular, we need to find a way forward for the Orlando West Women's Hostel. Progress is needed in resolving the blocked and uncompleted projects which currently exist. In particular, I wish to raise uncompleted projects in Kagiso Extension 12 and 13 and the Dr. Sefalaru project in Hekwood, which communities have been raising. Perhaps the department may need to consider innovative ways of trying to deal with these uncompleted projects and find other programs that we could use to allocate some of these sites, etc. But it's something that I guess the MEC and the department would discuss with us at some stage. Whilst we are dealing with the annual report for 2020-21, the Rapid Land Release Program was launched in September of this year. Some 1,500 sites have been allocated to beneficiaries so far, and as more parcels of land are required, the allocation of sites will increase at a faster pace, and this is a welcome development indeed. We report that we're dealing with, at that stage, this Rapid Land Release Program hadn't been launched, and I thought it was important to raise this. Land invasions and the invasion of housing units remain a challenge, and one notes the work being undertaken by the department to deal with this with the adoption and development of the counter land invasion strategy, which involves various relevant sector departments, and hopefully we would be able to see some progress on this front. The 1996 list is a concern, given the number of beneficiaries who remain on the list, but more concerning is the number of... The department needs to consider how to deal with this list, and in particular, how to prioritize those who are elderly so that they can experience having their own home while they are still with us. It is clear that the department's 6-pillar turnaround strategy, which focuses on governance, finance, planning, program delivery, organizational realignment, and change management, is starting to bear results, and could have progressed even further had it not been for the COVID-19 pandemic. One certainly hopes that in the current financial year, we will see further tangible results of the impact of this strategy. Quoting from the foreword of the MEC for COGTA, Urban Planning and Human Settlements, MEC Maile states the following: we acknowledge that there's still much room for improvement in overall project delivery, township formalization, title deeds issuance, and in our rapid land release program, amongst others. We remain convinced that as we continue to implement our 6-pillar turnaround strategy and instill the discipline of execution within the department, we are going to see tangible change and performance improvement with a material impact on housing delivery in the province in the upcoming years. As we take significant strides forward in turning the department around, we want to see our mega human settlements program with its socio-economic spin-offs playing its optimal role in our economic recovery as a city region, contributing positively to economic development and employment creation amongst other developmental aspirations of ours, close quote. With the HOD and CFO at the helm of the department, it was clear during a recent portfolio committee that they fully understand the task at hand and what needs to be done. And in the report of the accounting officer in the annual report, the HOD stated the following, and I quote, "During my tenure in the department, we were able to improve internal controls as well as strengthen and entrench the effectiveness of corporate governance to ensure the accuracy of the departmental financial statements," close quote. The department has a set clear of priorities which it plans to focus on over the next 3 years, which includes the following: completion of blocked and abandoned projects, redevelopment of family hostels into family units, upgrading of informal settlements with a focus on basic services and social facilities, urban renewal programs, upscaling of mega projects, and accelerated implementation of the rapid land release program. We welcome these priorities and will be monitoring the annual targets and deliverables to ensure that not only does the department deliver on its commitments, but that through these deliverables, the lives of our people will be changed. The focus and implementation of these priorities will ensure that the ANC's 2019 election manifesto, the People's Plan for a Better Life for All, will become the experience for the citizens of Gauteng. It will also ensure that we grow South Africa together. Once again, quoting from the foreword of the MEC for COGTA, Urban Planning and Human Settlements, MEC Maile states the following: improvements in internal controls and governance over the course of the year under review significantly contributed towards the success of our multi-year strategy of turning around the department's audit outcomes, in line with the Auditor General's findings, which we methodically and conscientiously worked at addressing during the year under review. The department moved from a disclaimer of opinion by the Auditor General to a qualified opinion, and we continue to work in partnership with the Office of the Auditor General to improve the internal controls and drastically reduce audit findings over a period, close quote. The improvement in the audit opinion of the department is a step in the right direction and is welcomed. The measures which the department have put in place to address the findings of the Auditor General are welcomed, which will be closely monitoring. Our expectation is that with all the attention the department is placing on dealing with the audit findings, there will be a further improvement in the audit opinion of the Auditor General. Ultimately, our wish is that the department will have done sufficient work to progress to an unqualified audit opinion. In instances where officials have been responsible for the incurring of irregular expenditure, consequence management needs to kick in and the necessary disciplinary steps need to be instituted. The Gauteng Partnership Fund, which is an entity reporting to the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, obtained an unqualified audit opinion, which is cause for concern. To be able to exercise effective and efficient oversight over the GPF, the Portfolio Committee would need to be furnished with the requisite reports to enable it to perform its oversight function, such as quarterly reports. The department needs to consider how this could be implemented going forward. The GPF needs to take the appropriate steps to address the audit findings, and we trust that there will be an improvement when the audit process is undertaken by the Auditor General. The work and efforts of the many officials in the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements in a difficult year are greatly appreciated. And we also pay our condolences to the families of those officials who succumbed to the COVID-19 virus, and may their souls rest in peace. Critical question which we have to ask is whether sufficient funds are being provided for the Gauteng Human Settlements Department, and whether its current funding allocations, it will be able to deliver on its programs. And this is a matter which the Portfolio Committee would have to interact with the MEC and department and determine where any shortfalls may exist and any interventions which may need to be made. In the past few weeks, we have seen a leadership emerging in some of the municipalities in Gauteng. The concern is that the track record of this particular party in servicing the majority of our people is rather dismal, to say the least, and further, that where funds are transferred to these municipalities, whether they would be able to deliver what is expected. And it's a matter that would require close monitoring going forward. With a commitment and dedication shown by the AMEC and HOD together with the CFO, it is clear that the department is being steered in the correct direction. The turnaround strategy is delivering results, and this bodes well for the future. The Human Settlements Department, through its programs, plays a critical role in changing the lives of people. To witness a beneficiary of the housing program receiving the keys to their new home and the joy and excitement which they display is something very special indeed. And throughout Gauteng, there are countless examples of how the ANC and government in Gauteng has changed the lives of its citizens through its human settlements programs. Our government continues to create a better life for all and will continue to do so, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Tom.
Thank you, Speaker. We can only assess the Department of Human Settlement on how it is fulfilling its constitutional mandate of providing access to adequate housing as demanded by Chapter 2, Section 26 of the Constitution. For the 2020-2021 financial year, we have noted that the department spent 95.9% of allocated budget. From this, we need to assume that the department must have achieved at least 90% of its target for the financial year. However, this department has a reputation of not fulfilling its mandate and continually underspend the allocated budget despite the housing backlog in this province. We earlier in the year mentioned that in 2019-2020 financial year, the department underspent its budget over 250 million, which resulted in the unspent money being recalled by the Treasury. In the 2020-2021 financial year, the department again underspent the allocated budget by more than 226 million. It is now evident that both Premier and Treasury seem not to be bothered by this poor financial mismanagement because there have never been any consequences. Nobody is held accountable for denying the majority of our people their right to equal services by this department. This is the one department that has never achieved its set target. It targeted to provide 5,000 service stands through the repeat land release program. Not single service stand was released to beneficiaries since the retabling of the revised annual performance plan in November 2020. When people decide to occupy land, they unleash the notorious red ants on them. It undertook to procure land from the private sector each year to provide service sites. Out of 7,375 planned targets for the financial year, only 218 was achieved, yet the department had a budget allocation of more than 4.6 billion for housing delivery program. Auditor General observed the goods and services above 500,000 were procured without inviting competitive bids as required by the Treasury regulation. This is a delinquent department. The department had a irregular expenditure amounting to over 361 million due to supply chain management process not being followed and no appropriate steps were taken to prevent this financial mismanagement. This department continues to fail to pay invoices in 30 days as required by the Treasury regulations, and this is subsequently led to fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 118 million caused by interest. No consequences or disciplinary steps were taken against the officials who incurred both irregular and fruitless wasteful expenditure. There remains today complete lack of oversight and transparency in the terms of allocation of housing units, and in many cases, our people are told they are on the waiting list, when in fact there is no credible, reliable list. If there is such a list, it should have been published in the interest of transparency. We hear complaints every day of housing units being occupied by people who were never on this so-called waiting list because of corruption and the rampant in this department, and nothing has been done about the sheer corruption. In Lufurene, there are vacant houses that are not allocated to the people, and some people have been waiting for their title who got their houses. They are still waiting for the title deed since 2008. The department has forever.
I'm aware that Honorable Dlamini is not well. He's not part of the meeting. I will call on Honorable Dilange.
Thank you, Speaker. The department's inability to meet the promise to provide enough sustainable houses to the residents of Gauteng is proof that housing has become a political tool. Not enough effort is spent to meet the needs of homeless and residents at the bottom of the income ladder. There are no shortages of land to develop proper houses. There is, however, a lack of performance to meet the targets and proper oversight from the departments on the beneficiaries of these houses. Housing developments in areas prove to be prone to sinkholes and developed outside the legal development requirements are being pushed to the back whilst people's lives are at risk. It is noted that irregular developments are also escalated to national. Unfortunately, 1 minute does not allow me enough time to go into too much detail, MEC Mahile. The department should take responsibility for the proper safe housing developments. This includes legal developments according to the municipal acts. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Shirota.
Thank you, Speaker. Every year at this time, Speaker, the submission of annual reports of the departments provide an opportunity to determine whether targets have been reached, whether outcomes have been obtained, and most importantly, whether their service delivery objectives have been achieved. The Department of Human Settlements continues, despite a comprehensive turnaround strategy, to disappoint, whilst underperforming caused in large part due to a failure of leadership, absent political and operational accountability, poor goal setting and controls, and little to no consequent management. The continued failure to achieve the completion of projects, the institutionalized regularity of underspending, the failure to appoint positions within the department, and most significantly, although recognizing its shortcomings, the department is unable to implement any sustainable and meaningful changes, signifies the department there's no direction, cohesion, capacity, or desire to perform its core mandate. The failure to spend 226 million during the 2021 financial year on various projects is indicative of this problem, but it is not a new phenomenon. Underspending in the last 4 years has resulted in nearly 2 billion rand being returned to the National Treasury. The MEC remains detached from the committee and continues to deflect the department's shortcomings without holding any of the officials responsible for their inability to achieve any of their targets. The department continues to fail to achieve its primary goal of promoting and facilitating the provision of adequate housing in the province. An analysis of the Human Settlement Committee's oversight report for 2021 reflects the department continuing to fall short of almost all targets, a department without innovation or direction, and most significantly, its performance and outcomes continue to decline from year to year. Some of these significant failures and achievements are as follows. Underspending, that despite intensive attempts by the committee to determine the reason for the department's underspending in all key programs, no cogent or credible answer has been received as to why this practice continues. The situation prevents the department from reaching its most fundamental targets. This has a profound effect on the growing list of citizens in Gauteng waiting for housing, which has now reached over 1.2 million and which continues to grow. Abandoned and unfinished projects. Following a request from the Ministry of Human Settlements, Mameloko Kubai, in September this year for the urgent identification and quantification of all unfinished blocked housing projects, the Committee of Human Settlements in Parliament last week tabled a report indicating a staggering 1,228 block delayed and incomplete projects in Gauteng, and reporting the completion stage of such projects at only 34%. This clearly indicates an inability of the department to ensure that contractors deliver houses on time and within budget. The MEC is called upon urgently to provide a full list of these projects and their status to the Human Settlements Committee for purposes of scrutiny, evaluation and analysis. Alexandra Renewal Project. Despite a report received from the Human Rights Commission after an investigation of this project, and despite the SIU requesting certain information from and relating to the project, no steps appear to have been taken by the Premier to request the President to instruct the SIU to investigate alleged financial irregularities relating to this project. The MEC has publicly indicated there is a written response to this report. The MEC's request to make such report available to the Human Settlements Committee for scrutiny and discussion. The failure of the provincial and national governments to resolve the impasse preventing any development in Old Alexandra as a result of the court interdict preventing development for 16 years, and despite a statement of intent being agreed to by all the role players, any immediate progress in reuniting this process seems remote. There's clearly a lack of political will to move forward with this initiative. No progress has also been made with other renewal projects such as Beckersdale, Everton and Winterveld. The Gauteng Partnership Fund, which is wholly owned by the Department of Human Settlements, core mandate is to serve as the funding and implementing agent for integrated sustainable human development in Gauteng. This includes coordinated effective implementation of mega projects, the innovative funding mechanisms in partnership with the private sector in the sharing of risk. Very little progress is made to bring the private sector on board to ignite these projects. The Auditor General has presented a qualified audit evaluation and disclaimer for this fund and notes the failure of the Gauteng Housing Fund to provide reports. The Scopa Committee has further reported irregular expenditure of over 24 million within the fund due to the alleged lack of understanding of policies and supply chain management regulations. Much work is needed to make this a viable and successful initiative. The Mega Project initiative introduced by the Premier 7 years ago appeared to be an exciting innovation with a strong probability of success and a flagship for housing delivery in the province. The reality, most disappointingly, are that projects are held up by poor planning, disputes with contractors, delays caused by controls and lack of controls and effective management, leading to very few successes. The status of the 11 billion Montrose Megacity project near Randfontein is indicative of this problem. The project, which was supposed to have been completed last month with 5,602 units, together with a primary school, a high school, a business zone and government complex, has been abandoned. Disputes between contractors have prevented work on incomplete infrastructure with little indication as to when the project will commence, thus exposing the project to vandalism and wasteful expenditure. The hospital redevelopment plan has, despite many years of empty promises, failed to achieve any of its targets. It is inexplicable that no hostels have been converted into family units, and no units were completed in redeveloped hostels out of a target of 90. The increased number of backyard dwellers living in both formal and informal settlements remains a huge challenge. The process of formulation in informal settlements must be accelerated, and alternative accommodation must be found to deal with crowded living conditions caused by increased migration and the difficulties created by the informality of shack and secondary dwellers. It is apparent that the turnaround strategy has failed to materialize. The MEC's attention appears to be focused elsewhere other than the department and the needs of our citizens. There's no recognition of how deeply ineffective the department is and how its ability to carry out its mandate is being neutralized. Despite calls from across party lines within the Human Settlements Committee, little no corrective measures have been undertaken. The committee's oversight role is severely diminished as both the MEC and officials failed to take heed or direct them from the constructive criticism and advice from the members of the committee. The Auditor General has reported the failure by the department to comply with supply chain processes to prevent irregular and wasteful expenditure, to allow internal control deficiencies, and the failure to follow laws and regulations. The ability of the department to carry out its core mandate is seriously compromised. The MEC advised that the first step to turning the department around is to publicly acknowledge the crisis the department finds itself in, take responsibility for its failures, and then set in motion a workable and implement turnaround strategy together with timelines holding officials accountable. The failure to do so will ensure the department's performance and outcomes will continue to deteriorate and the needs of our citizens will continue to be unfulfilled. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And let's welcome the debate and the contributions from the members. And maybe start by saying that we have on several occasions indicated that the problems of the department and the sector are systematic, they are historical, and they're complex. So once that is understood, we will then move from the same premise. And then when we advise each other and criticize each other, like Member Rota says, we don't listen to advice. Advice that is not based on helping to solve the problem can be entertained. You can't solve the problem unless you understand it. And I've said this over and over again, because according to Member Rota, for instance, our strategy has failed. But you can't say how, because we can do comparisons, and we can take the department in the last 5 years, year by year, and go in details in every area and be able to demonstrate that there has been progress made. But it doesn't mean that if there's progress made, it doesn't mean that there are no problems. It doesn't mean that all problems have been solved. We are the first always, and that's why if members, Rota and the other members can listen to what Honorable Schneemann says about the whole range of things. And he starts by explaining and giving a context of the last financial year, but also explaining what guides us, which is the manifesto of the ANC. And then he goes further to, in detail, explain the successes that have been achieved. Because when you listen to other members, it's like nothing has happened and nothing is happening. But when you go and listen, or rather when you listen in detail to what Member Schneemann says, and I don't want to repeat that, but then he goes further to do what we have been doing in the ANC, to identify the gray areas and areas of weaknesses and to be honest and candid about them, and to even explain the role that has been played by the HOD and the CFO. So when we came in 2019, for instance, there were a lot of vacancies. There was no HOD, there was no CFO, and a number of other senior managers posts. So he's raising that issue because he can see, based on a number of reports, including the Auditor General's report, because that's not our report, fortunately, it's an objective report, that we are making strides, and we've made strides. So he also goes further to deal with the issue of the rapid land release, which I would one day want to explain to the committee and hopefully the other members will be wearing their listening caps. You know, if you, we're not procuring land, because what we are doing is to ensure that when we allocate people services, there is water, there is electricity, there is sewer, and there is all other amenities that are required so that we don't dump our people. But most importantly, that land has value because we give it to you and you can use it as a collateral at the bank to raise a bond and all that. But we don't just give you a land. We also give you an option of, I think, about between 5 and 7 building plans. So those who know something about building will understand how significant is that, because it saves our people a lot of money and it will create other opportunities. And that's why we're also looking at how we're going to help them to raise funding to be able to build their houses, because some of them will not be funded by the banks, for instance, for reasons known to all of us. And we are not just giving them land and leaving them like that. That's why there's another process that we have started of trying to engage the funding agencies to help us with this. So to be able to, so there's no land that is readily available with water, electricity, sewer. There isn't, which is lying fallow. There isn't. So that's why you need people who have capacity and the resources to install those services for us. For instance, members are talking about targets. It will help because I don't think members, some of these members read, because we do explain. And because we give reports on targets and we're honest about it. We know, for instance, that we've got about 10,000 stands that were procured last year and are busy installing services and all that. We can't report about that in the current financial year until it's finished. But when you look at it, you will realize that it's money already spent from the last financial year, because how it happens is that the money must sit with the attorneys whilst the process of servicing and all that continues. So it also becomes important to understand the value chain, but it will also, it adds value into the debate. You know, when you debate with people who understand what they're talking about. So you don't want to debate with someone like Member Serota, who just throws words around, coherence, this and that and all that, but he's not able to say, here are the problems, and based on objective reality in terms of what is happening. So the Honorable Member Serota just read, there was an article on City Press on Sunday, 11 billion rand project, Montrose. Now he's talking about it as if it's fact. I've been to that project with the minister. There are problems in that project, and we are attending those. Even the 11 billion figure that is being bandied around, it's not even what is it, money that comes from the provincial government coffers. But the way you are putting it, it's like there's money there, there's corruption. You're talking, I mean, the hostel redevelopment plan. You said no, nothing has happened and all that. You maybe before you came into the committee, you don't know that there are units that were built, and because of a policy called CRU, what is called the community residential units, which were supposed to be for rental, the hostel dwellers can't afford, and they've said no, we don't want to go in here, and those units ended up being vandalized and all that. So for you to say nothing has happened and all that is just disingenuous. You are just a populist who also hates us with passion, and you will never appreciate where there is a progress. And like I've said, there is progress, and there's no doubt about it. And that's not what is in our heads when we say it's progress. It's what is being reported. And like I've said as well, that there are also problems. You say we don't hold officials accountable. I don't know how many times I have explained to you that we have fired people, we have expelled them, dismissed. I'm not talking about those who are on suspension. I'm not talking about those that have appeared before DCs and all that. But when people go to DCs, there are different outcomes. Some of them are not found guilty, others are found guilty, and all that. We are not reckless like yourselves when you're governing through Eben Mashaba in Johannesburg, where you fired people and they went to win cases in court. We have to make sure that we are systematic. The issue of the ARP, you are talking about SIU not giving reports. By who? Who did they ask? They have never asked me. I'm the executive authority. They have never asked me. Who are they asking? Why are they going around in the dark asking for report? I mean, what is it? Questions. I've never received any from the SIU. And we did say that.
Thank you, MEC.
My time is up. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The 8th order of the day is consideration of the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Human Settlement for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Molobane, can you take over?
Speaker, please call the next speaker and then I will come in.
Honorable Diale Tlabela.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair of Committees. The 2020-2021 financial year final appropriation total expenditure for the period that ended on 31st March 2020 was 5.251 billion, recording an underspending of 226 million, which is 4.1% of the total allocation. The department has spent 95.9% of the budget allocation in the 2020-2021 financial year across the department's 4 key programs, highlighting how each contributed to the under expenditure incurred. This came after the budget of the department was adjusted downward from 5.7 billion to 5.1 billion during the special adjustment budget process because of an amount of 598 million reduction in conditional grants. This includes 490 million from the Human Settlement Development Grant and 107 million from the Title Deeds Restoration Grant surrendered to Provincial Revenue Fund to be utilized for combating the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Chair of Chairs, please, in the House, please allow me not to read the whole report and consider the parts that I'm not going to read as read. The annual performance plan was again revised in November 2020 to cater for the second adjustment budget. The 2020-2021 adjusted budget of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement increased by 100 million from 5.378 billion to 5.478 billion during the second adjustment period. The 100 million was from the funds that were taken by National Treasury from other provinces to our province. The Portfolio Committee noted that the annual report of the 2020-2021 financial year shows a vacant position of the human resource personnel, which is a key position in driving the institution in terms of attracting the qualified and skilled personnel. I think members will know that this is an old report, so yeah. The report also shows DDG program planning and property management, housing needs, research and housing assets is also acting as the Chief Executive Officer for the Gauteng Partnership Fund. All these positions require the full attention and cannot be possible to be occupied by one individual. The department is still battling to kickstart the rapid land release program to upgrade informal settlements to kickstart its program of the completion of the abandoned or incomplete housing and the hostel redevelopment projects. There seems to be progress that the department is making in terms of issuing of pre-1996 and post-1996 title deeds. The issue of insufficient bulk infrastructure for the mega project in the West Rand once again shows the lack of intergovernmental relations between the province and the municipalities. The 2% budget that the province is transferring to municipalities is too little to can upgrade the bulk infrastructure. With regards to the AG's report, the portfolio committee noted the department, together with the Gauteng Partnership Fund, received a qualified audit opinion. This is still concerning as the issues raised by the AG are recurring issues and can be easily resolved. The Gauteng Housing Fund received a disclaimer audit opinion. Previously, it was raised in the report that the Housing Development Agency does not report on a quarterly basis and neither on an annual basis. This is regardless of the agency having received funds from the Department of Human Settlement. There is no audited report for the agency that is submitted to the legislature. The agency reports at national level. For this financial year, there is an audited report of the agency, even though there is no report on the successes and failures of management and board members of the agency. The department's expenditure per program in the 2020-2021 financial year is as stipulated on the report. On program 1, the adjusted allocation was 589 million. The total expenditure for program 1 remains at 92.7%, was at 92.7% by the end of financial year under review, with a environment of 1.4 million. This reflects an under expenditure amounting to 42,000+. On program 2, the adjusted allocation was 18.4 million. It is reported that actual expenditure incurred was 13 million, which is 74.6%, reflecting an under expenditure amounting to 4.685 million with the environment of 1.6 million. Housing program 3, housing development, the adjusted allocation was at 4.6 billion. It is reported that the actual expenditure incurred was 4.5, which is 96%, reflecting an under expenditure amounting to only 147 million, reflecting environment of 3 million. On program 4, the voted allocation was 188 million. It is reported that the actual expenditure incurred was 156, which is 83%, reflecting an under expenditure amounting to 31 million. Furthermore, the portfolio committee noted that the department has underspent its budget. However, many targets were not achieved. The recurring of the AG's findings on the department and on both entities is a cause for concern on whether the department is taking the recommendations of the AG serious into consideration. The Housing Development Agency received a disclaimer audit opinion, which is unacceptable. This is also concerning as there is no standalone report that is submitted from the entity to the legislature on a quarterly basis, and on annual report the same way that the GPF submits its annual report to the legislature. There's also no highlighted management of the entity and board members. The following are our committee concerns. The portfolio committee noted the department has incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 118+ million in the year under review. The portfolio committee remains concerned with the slow implementation of the turnaround strategy as adopted by the department late 2019. Portfolio committee noted that although 526 stamps were serviced out of 955, the backlog still remains high. The portfolio committee noted with concern that most of the completed houses, somebody's disturbing me, chest. The portfolio committee noted with concern that most of the completed, someone's mic is on. Noted with concern that most of the completed housing projects have been invaded before they were allocated to the rightful beneficiaries. We also noted that there's limited awareness and knowledge amongst the public in relation to the FLIPS program and the Rapid Land Release program. That is what procedures needs to be followed by the public, where do they get the officers, and all that information that the public requires. And on recommendation, the department should provide written responses by the 22nd February 2022. They should provide a progress report detailing the effectiveness of the capping of irregular expenditure framework and how are they going to be implementing consequent management. The department should provide a detailed report indicating key achievements on the turnaround strategy during the year under review. The department should provide a motivation on the evident impact of the service stands on the housing waiting list, and should also submit a report indicating names of municipalities and areas where the service stands are located, as well as the number of people allocated for oversight purposes. The department should submit a detailed report on how many housing projects were completed, how many units were allocated, how many were invaded, and what steps the department is taking to resolve the invaded units. More information should be made available and be readily accessible to all citizens of Gauteng on how to apply for FLIPS and RLRP together with their contact details as well as their physical location. As a portfolio chair of COGTA and Human Settlement, I wish to thank the MEC for COGTA and Human Settlement, Honorable Lebgang Maile, and the head of the department, as well as their team. The beginning of the 6th administration chair, we thought it will not be possible, but it looks like we are steadily heading towards the right direction. The chairperson also would like to acknowledge and express my gratitude to honorable members who are committed to the work of the committee. I also want to express my appreciation for the contribution made by staff members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and wish you all colleagues a happy and Merry Christmas, and to all of you in the House. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee of COGTA and Human Settlement present to this House the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement Annual Report for the 2020-2021 financial year for adoption, taking into account the concerns and proposed recommendations. Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dialeta. Is there any seconder?
I second, Madam Chair of Committees. I second, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The 9th order of the day is debate on the annual report of the Department of Health for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call Honorable MEC Mokreti to present the department annual report.
Chair of Chairs, it's Member Mabunda who is supposed to do the debate.
Is it not is it not you that is supposed to start to open the debate?
No.
Okay. Let me then go to the list of people that are supposed to speak, because I thought I was supposed to give you the opportunity first, and then the other members will follow. So, okay. My apologies to the House. I'm trying to get my speaking list. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I will then move to the honorable members who are supposed to participate in this debate. I now call upon Honorable Mabunda to open the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. As you are aware, this year marks the commemoration of 150th birthday of Mam Charlotte Makgomo Matkeke, one of our revolution's most revered icons, also known as the mother of Black freedom. Her memory is honored by way of the Charlotte Matkeke Johannesburg Academic Hospital, which has been of late on the news after part of it caught fire. We therefore, as the ANC, request the system of government through the MEC to collaborate and resolve the issues relating to the hospital completion and getting it working as normal again. Charlotte Matkeke has committed her entire life to the construction of a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist and affluent South Africa, in which everyone, regardless of economic or social status, has or could have equal rights. She was a charismatic and dynamic leader. Her work as the president of the Bantu Women's League in 1918 presents an interesting turn in the nationalist narration of women and the struggle for liberation. At the time, women in the African National Congress only had membership without voting rights. During her presidency, the Bantu Women's League led the anti-pass campaign, which became one of the most celebrated days in the history of the liberation struggle in South Africa. It is therefore our view, Madam Chair of Chairs, as the ANC, that the best tribute we can pay to an outstanding woman of strength and justice like Mama Keke is to ensure that we fully transform our health system. And it is only when our people enjoy health dividends of democracy through the provision of provisions enshrined in the Constitution shall we say our work is done and Charlotte Matkeke has indeed been honored. The Bill of Rights in Section 27 of the Constitution states unequivocally that health care is a right. Subsection 2 says the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of these rights. And subsection 3 says no one may be refused emergency medical treatment. In line with the mandate of the Department of Health to improve the health status, the quality of life of the population of Gauteng by securing better value for money, effective organization, and integrated services and programs that promote and protect the health quality and sustainable livelihood of poor, a vulnerable and marginalized group of Gauteng citizens and the broader society. As we understand that people come from all over other provinces and SADC countries for our health services in Gauteng. Recognizing the need for the total transformation of the health sector in South Africa, the ANC initiated the process of developing an overall NHI plan based on the primary health care approach, which is a system that is designed to pool funds to provide access to quality, affordable personal health services for all South Africans based on their health needs, irrespective of their social economic status. Various approaches to measuring quality of care include patient experience in our health facilities. This quality measure is a mirror of the department's efficiency in providing service to patients in our health facilities. And for the Department of Health, the measure of structure, process, and outcome is a considerable improvement on the department's strategic goals in respect of district health services to reduce preventable causes of maternal death, infant and child mortality. It is also our view, Madam Chair of Chairs, that oversight should continue to play its role to monitor plans, programs, and projects of the department to ensure that results represent good value for money and follow applicable policies, laws, regulations, and ethical standards. With the limited annual fiscal allocations to the department, many in the province are dependent on the state or the Department of Health for their much needed health services. And that is from the outside viewpoint. However, from the inside view, financial people management is important, and without the proper management of funds, the consequence could be that service delivery will be limited. Moreover, the predetermined objectives of the department might not be realized. In recognition of the principle of cooperative governance, the Department of Health, Treasury, and GDID have and continue to take reasonable steps to ensure the successful implementation of projects to cost, quality, and time. However, there has always been challenges with the manual payment system, and CAPEX has since moved to electronic payment system, and maintenance has been lagging. Madam Chair of Chairs, let's, as the ANC, take this opportunity to congratulate the MEC for Health, Dr. Mokgethi, for implementing the supplier's electronic payment system, a system that we believe will see the statement by the Premier of the province, Honorable Makura, in the state of the province addressing Soweto in 2019 realized, when he said that he would like to see huge improvements in the maintenance of existing government buildings, clinics and hospitals, and the entire health infrastructure. This system will enable faster patches. This system will enable faster PO processing and delivery of goods in the maintenance of health facilities. It will create higher efficiency in both business to business and business to consumer models. Furthermore, it will improve customer support services, shorter lead time and convenience to service providers. The system will also ensure fair distribution of work and payment to suppliers within 30 days. Considering that maintenance is the sore point, it needs to be supported to promote transparency and efficient service delivery to health facilities, and it could create work opportunities across the province to all amongst or including SMEs with women ownership, youth, and people with disabilities, which has and remain a challenge for the Department of Health to comply with in terms of economic empowerment. It is of great concern that certain projects which commence whilst the facility is still in use cause inconvenience and hardship to the patients. This is made worse when long delays in construction occur. One of the biggest challenges is the contractors who do not deliver on time, and such contractors need to be blacklisted. Major health outcomes like life expectancy at birth and infant mortality rate depend on available health facilities like hospitals, beds, and health-trained personnel. To achieve good health for all, the provincial department should promote health care services, prevent diseases, and help people to make their health choices. In a society like ours, good health for all will ensure economic progress and promote workforce efficiency, enhance their skills and aptitude, and is necessary for high life expectancy. Health infrastructure maintenance is the basic services or social capital of the Department of Health, as it makes economic and social activities possible, with which structures that support public health have both tangible and intangible aspects and exist inside and outside the government sector. Health infrastructure make it easier for the community and remains one of the important indicators for understanding the provincial healthcare policy and visible health service delivery. Public health infrastructure provides communities with the capacity to prevent disease, promote health, and prepare for and respond to both acute threats and chronic challenges to health. Infrastructure is the foundation for planning, delivery, and evaluating improving public health. The infrastructure allows public health professionals to respond to ongoing problems, such as chronic disease, and prepare for and respond to emerging health threats, such as the natural disasters and disease outbreaks that the now recent COVID-19 has did. Without strong public health infrastructure, deadly disease outbreaks can become even deadlier. The Office of the Health Standards Compliance reported that 75% of our clinics and community health centers have ideal clinic standards. This is not good enough. Too many people still end up going to the hospital for things that could have been attended to in clinics if they were functioning throughout or 24 hours. It is our understanding that the Department of Health has within their targets to ensure that 90% of clinics, community health centers, and regional hospitals meet the ideal clinic standards. They must open on time, have adequate medicines, equipment, be clean, be patient-friendly, and provide patient safety. Gauteng's public health system serves 4 times more patients as we have done in 1994. And it's a number that continues to escalate and grow. And the Department of Health remains equal to the task, although there is room for improvement. The ANC welcomed the unqualified audit report received from the Auditor General during the year under review with matters of emphasis. This matter of emphasis is a repetition of what was raised in 2019 and 2020 financial year, which therefore means less attention was given to those issues or adequate measures taken to correct and to prevent the recurrence of such matters in the next audit. We also condemn the increasing irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure as recorded by the AG for the department. The department must also ensure consequence management and punitive action on the persons responsible for non-adherence to SCM regulations in terms of procuring goods as required by Treasury and PFMA, including those that demand 10% from service providers before a condition to effect the payment of invoices. The community is getting impatient with public servants who feast unabatedly on the resources of government and refusing to adhere to principles of good governance. And in conclusion, Madam Chair of Chairs, as the ANC, we request the MEC, Dr. Mokgethi, to finalize the outstanding matter of the absorption of community health workers into the PESAL system as a matter of priority. And secondly, fair and effective performance appraisals that improve employee performance and healthcare quality needs to be implemented and improved. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabunda. I now call upon Honorable Bloom to please present your arguments.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, this is the 28th time that I'm speaking on the annual report of the Gauteng Health Department. This report covers the period that saw the distressing onset and progression of the coronavirus pandemic, which painfully exposed pre-existing weaknesses in the department. I think that extra money was deservedly poured into the department, but instead of it being used to save lives, unscrupulous people saw it only as an opportunity to steal. The official figure for fruitless and wasteful expenditure in this annual report is 224.5 million rand, of which 223 million rand, virtually all of it, was because of gross overcharging for PPE procurement. This actually included 300,000 KN95 non-medical masks instead of 300,000 K95 medical masks. Those are the real thing, not the fake thing. And this was at a time when health workers desperately needed masks that would protect them. And I'd also add to this fruitless and wasteful expenditure the 500 million rand that was spent on the Ashanti Hospital in the West Rand that has seen a grand total of, wait for it, 109 COVID patients, of which only 8 patients required critical care. Remember, this hospital was actually to provide ICU and high care for COVID patients. All they've seen is 8 patients. And according to the SIU, there was no approved budget for the renovation, and a 50 million rand contract ballooned into 500 million rand contract. I really have to ask, how can this possibly have occurred? Is there such lack of controls or foresight? It's just appalling. And even worse, there was another contract on this hospital that was apparently arranged by telephone. This is what the SIU says. It was arranged by telephone. We've had contracts done by WhatsApp. Now you can just have a phone call and you can get a massive contract. The report also details irregular expenditure of 3.9 billion rand. That's a lot of money, of which 2.4 billion rand of that is COVID expenditure that the SIU is investigating. But another big item in this irregular expenditure is 549 million rand for security contracts that have been rolled over every month for 5 years. These contracts were awarded irregularly in the first place, and they are very poor value for money. To take one example, 30 million rand is spent every year at the Sharp-Maxeke Johannesburg Hospital, but this did not prevent 30 million rand theft of copper pipes, and the staff now complain that cars are stolen there every day. Now just think about it, 40 million rand spent on one hospital, you could actually buy a private army for that. And it can't even provide the most basic security at our major hospital. Now, how do you roll over contracts for 5 years, month by month? It's very nice. You get a contract which was irregularly awarded in the first place, and then it just gets rolled over endlessly. And every year the Auditor General points this out, and every year nothing is done about it. What this all shows is that budgetary control at the department is still very poor, with vast underspends and overspends in the various departments. And this is despite crumbling hospitals and a dire need for more beds. And what did we see? The health facilities program underspent 201 million rand. This is supposed to be renovating hospitals, building new beds, and they underspent by 201 million rand. The district health services had an underspend of 407 million rand, and central hospital services failed to spend 359 million rand. And overall, the department failed to spend 1.1 billion rand of its total budget of 58.8 billion rand. 1.1 billion rand is actually a lot of money. I just don't see how the department couldn't find something worthwhile to spend it on. You really see needs that need to be filled at this department all the time. But here you are, 1.1 billion rand returned to Treasury. And this is despite another failure, that there are 7,000 vacancies in critical occupation posts. 7,000 vacancies in these critical posts, including a shortage of 2,550 professional nurses and 1,350 student nurses. There are 900 vacant posts for emergency care practitioners and 450 empty posts for doctors. You know, there's doctors out there who are unemployed, and we've got 450 empty posts. We don't spend budgeted money, and we haven't filled these posts with doctors. And overall, about 1 in 7 of these critical posts, that's 14%, are vacant. The other big problem is that too many senior posts in this department have acting personnel, including the head of department and the chief financial officer, for more than a year. I really think it's inexcusable that these two major important posts have been unfilled with permanent people for more than a year. I think that these posts need to be filled urgently with capable and honest people who will ensure that money is properly spent on care for sick people. I do want to say that this department has some good people, but they fight against the odds and they are sidelined. I really would actually like to have at this moment a moment of silence for the late Babita Deokaran. I think that this House has actually failed to properly acknowledge her sacrifice. I really think we cannot stress too highly how tragic it was that the late Babita Deokaran was murdered because she exposed corruption in this department. I mean, there are very many other good people, but, you know, they just ignored, sidelined, and in this instance, assassinated. I can't call it anything else. I'm not going to go into detail into the many projects that were not achieved. Some of them were for good reason because of the pandemic. We have to acknowledge that COVID has been an absolute disaster. The best health systems in the world have struggled to contain it, but you know, really, I think there are things that could have been done that weren't done. I am concerned about the increase at certain hospitals of maternal mortality and child deaths due to malnutrition. I'm also concerned about the lack of progress on a health information system. I raised this in the debate on last year's annual report, where there was a 000 was given as the progress or lack of progress on the health information system, which I've really stressed for more than 20 years now, is actually the key to getting costs under control and know exactly what you're doing in this department. This is how you genuinely increase efficiency and effectiveness, and most importantly, the patient experience. I mean, why do we still have patients who go to hospitals and clinics and the files are missing? It's just unconscionable. It's just high time that we went the electronic route. This is the 21st century. We need to do it finally. I should actually mention as an aside that the former Health MEC Brian Tlongwa appeared in court today, and under his administration there was supposed to be a health administration system, but it fell prey to corruption, and ever since we've never been able to get a health information system. Hopefully we see consequences in this particular corruption case, because it's important. If it's not punished, if people don't see that they're caught and convicted, if they prove to be guilty, this thing sort of continues. But the other thing that I'm very concerned is this backlog of about what I estimate is 20,000 patients waiting for operations, some for as long as 5 years. You can actually wait as long as 5 years for a hip operation. I think that the annual report needs to have the indicators as an indicator, these surgical waiting lists. It's one of the critical pieces of information that is not given as an indicator. I've raised this before, and I really think that we need to know what are the waiting lists in the various categories at each hospital, and what are we doing to drastically reduce them. I know that the cataract list is thousands, and I mean, can you imagine people can't see and they're waiting for cataract operations. It's a fairly simple operation. If you get your act together, you can do quite a few over a weekend, in fact. But I wish to appeal today to the Honourable MEC to form a private-public partnership to fix the Sharpenegger Johannesburg Hospital in record time. I really think that it's quite clear that the Department of Infrastructure Development is completely incompetent to complete a project like this on time and within budget. We really cannot wait until 2024 for this hospital to fully reopen. And I'd like the Honourable MEC for Health, please listen to the open letter that was sent by hospital staff to President Cyril Ramaphosa on a better way forward. And we have to ask, why do staff at this hospital bypass the department and go directly to President Ramaphosa? It's because they don't have any confidence in the department. And I think they've got grounds for their lack of confidence. What they're really saying is that they need a task team, and it's a way of bringing in the best skills in our society. We've got extremely talented people. If you brought in the gift of the givers, for instance, I'm sure they could do things in record time. Let's have a joint private-public partnership and really reopen this hospital as soon as possible. Get the extra budget. I think you might have to get it from national department, but we can't wait 5 years for this hospital to reopen fully. What I think is that the department should never forget what it is there primarily for. It's there primarily to serve sick people who also need emotional support. It's very humbling to be sick and vulnerable, and people need support, and they go and stand in long queues, and staff can be rude to them. It's just too terrible for words what sometimes happens at our hospitals and clinics. I just want to conclude with a really tragic story during this epidemic. I've had a lot of these, and they're really very sad. But the one that sticks out for me was a man whose middle-aged wife appeared to be getting better from COVID when she was at the Bertha Xawa Hospital. But then she was referred to Sharpenegger Hospital, where she deteriorated. And then I received this terrible message from the man on WhatsApp, and he said the following. He said, "Thanks for everything. My wife passed away this morning. It is so heart-sore. They said that she must go to ICU, but the beds are full, and the younger ones go first because my wife was old, so she could not make it." You know, this is the decisions that doctors had to make. They had limited ICU capacity. They looked at who had the best chances of survival, and if you were too old and you might not make it, that's the decision that made. When you look at it at the individual level, it's just heartbreaking. I'm afraid to say I've dealt with too many cases like this during this epidemic. I feel for the Honourable MEC as well, because I think she's as heart-sore about it as the rest of us. I think it's really heartbreaking. There's lots more stories like this. I really hope that there's a big improvement in next year's annual report. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the old man is done. Madam Speaker.
You call him old
The
man.
old man is done.
You're the old man.
Yeah, let's continue with the list. Now I'm going to give to Honorable Mabala. Honorable Mabala, you're on the floor.
My apologies, I was disconnected a little bit. Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Honorable Mabala, you're the next to speak. Honorable Mabala. Honorable Mabala. If Honorable Mabala is not around,
She's forfeiting, Chair. Let's move on.
Honorable Adams. Honorable Adams. And I'm not
I'm
to go
told,
back, ne?
Honorable Chair of Committees, I'm told that Honorable Adams is still struggling as well. He was disconnected, still struggling to come back. I don't know if maybe he's back now.
Okay, Honorable Fuchs.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much, Acting Chair. It would be very difficult to argue against the contention that the primary objective of any health system is to improve life expectancy and to promote longevity. Yet the first thing that sorry, Chair.
Hello, Deputy Chair of Chairs, it's Member Mabala. Yes, thank you very much.
Honorable Mabala, please.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Recognize it because they say I'll come back to you.
No, I had a problem with my connection, Madam Chair of Chairs.
I understand, ma'am. You don't have to shout. You don't have to shout.
Okay,
I understand. I've given Honorable Fuchs an opportunity to speak. I'll come back to you and Honorable Adams. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, if I may, I will start again. It would be very difficult to argue against the contention that the primary objective of any health system is to improve life expectancy and to provide longevity. Yet the first thing that hits one in the face when you read this annual report is that the department is failing spectacularly in reducing the number of maternal deaths, as well as mortality rates of children under 5 years old due to pneumonia, diarrhea, and malnutrition. Now, there are those who say that one should view the statistics relating to death with suspicion because they may be adulterated with deaths due to COVID. If that is true, Chair, then it just adds weight to the argument that the department is failing, not only in terms of its ability to control mortality rates, but also in its ability to accurately determine cause of death. It is absolutely shocking that in 2021 in South Africa, children under 5 are dying of malnutrition. If I was in government, I would hang my head in shame. Poverty, unemployment, and food insecurity has increased as a result of poor government policies, lack of expertise, and poor decision-making. So much for a better life for all. And how often have we heard the Premier in absentia regaling us with tales that this department is about to be turned around? Based on the dysfunctional state of our public health system, we can now categorically conclude that these undertakings have been nothing but lies and political propaganda. And to make matters worse, the health department, as per the SIU investigative report into COVID spending on PPE, this department has been shown to be the target of parasites and hyenas who wish to unjustly enrich themselves at the expense of people. What we saw on your watch, Mr. Premier, was a frenzy of looting and corruption as you handed lucrative contracts to family, friends, and cadres of the party. Where were you, Mr. Premier, when all of this was going on? Instead of taking personal responsibility, you made a scapegoat of former MEC Masuku and sacrificed him on the altar of political expediency by suggesting that he failed in his oversight role. What about your oversight role, Mr. Premier. You have consistently absolved yourself while pointing fingers at others, just as you did by claiming not to know about Esidimeni. The SIU is primarily focused on PPE spending, and despite repeated requests that they also release the outcome of investigations into the spending on the building of COVID-related infrastructure, very little has been forthcoming. We therefore cannot help but suspect that these projects were also targets of corruption. Of the 2.1 billion spent on COVID infrastructure, over R500 million was spent on refurbishing the Anglo Gold Ashanti Hospital to create just 181 ICU beds. We are told, Mr. Premier, that this decision was taken by you and your COVID committee. What kind of puerile and amateurish decision-making did you apply to approve the spending of so much money for so little value? For that amount of money, you could have built a totally new hospital from scratch. Gauteng's health department is dysfunctional and is on a downward spiral. Hope exists that it can be turned around, Mr. Premier, but not by you and your party. This will only happen once this government is voted out of power. People who care, people who can be trusted and have the requisite expertise need to be managing this department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fuchs. Honorable Mabala, can you come in?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I think it will be important for purposes of transparency and good governance to let the people of Gauteng know how much the Department of Health was allocated to transform the healthcare system in the province. This will make it easier for them to understand how taxpayers' money is spent by the department. For the 2020-21 financial year, the department was allocated a whopping 58 billion, the biggest budget allocation compared to other departments in the province. It is really disheartening to note from the annual report of 2020-21 financial year that the problems we found since we took seats in the August House in 2014 are still recurring to this day. Nothing ever truly changes for the better under the ANC government. This department underspent the allocated budget of 1.1 billion. The under-expenditure occurred on all 8 programs, whilst only 66 targets were achieved out of 152 set targets. This is even though the report has indicated that there are still cases of maternal mortality in our hospitals. The department underspent the budget, whilst children under 5 years continue to die in our hospital due to pneumonia and diarrhea. Madam Chair of Chairs, it is disgraceful to note that the department underspent the budget, even though they have reported that their target for family planning services was not achieved due to shortage of contraceptives at public healthcare facilities. But they are all, by their own admission, they acknowledge that teenage pregnancy is still a problem. During the year under review alone, teenagers who gave birth at our public healthcare facilities increased by 4,368. We would not have underspending to the allocated budget and shortage of contraceptives if we had a state pharmaceutical company to manufacture this for us. We would also not have shortage of vital and essential medicine. We would not be making justice to the department and the people of Gauteng if we just push under the carpet the fact that this department incurred tender irregularities amounting to 3.9 billion, of which 2.3 billion of it related to COVID-19 PPE procurement. The MEC and the officials of this department must hang their heads in shame for intentionally sentencing the people of Gauteng who rely on them to death. We hope the SIU report and findings will assist in ensuring that all the corrupt culprits rot in jail. It can never be correct to allow a department that is entrusted with the responsibility to look after the health of our people to incur wasteful and fruitless expenditure amounting to 224 million for the year under review. This also relates to overpricing of PPE inventory. Now, this tendency of hiking prices is deliberately done to enrich the corrupt ANC leaders and their friends. It must also be noted that the PPE items procured did not comply with the specification prescribed by the National Department of Health and World Health Organization as required by National Treasury, paragraph 6.4 of National Treasury Instruction Note 3 of 2020-21 financial year. The suppliers of PPE items were not listed on the central supplier database as required by National Treasury. In some instances, the suppliers of PPE items were not registered with the Department of Small Business Development as required by National Treasury. Now, tell me, Madam Chair of Chairs, what kind of thuggery is this? This clearly shows that the incompetent officials within the department allow service providers to gamble with our people's lives. As the EFF would like to implore to this House, not just to debate this annual report and not recommend and monitor if consequence management is strictly adhered to. The EFF despises corruption and we distance ourselves from any corrupt deeds. This House must protect the public purse, Madam Chair of Chairs, to ensure the department deliver quality healthcare to the people of Mohlakeng, Tsakane, Mamelodi, Orange Farm, Everton, and all other areas in Gauteng. It must be noted that this public money is raised through taxes, majority of which comes from individuals and not corporations. The outstanding matter on of the absorption of community healthcare workers into the PERSAL system is unacceptable. Why is it taking so long for the department to resolve this matter? Why are the community healthcare workers not being treated with the dignity that they deserve? As the EFF, we're calling on the MEC to prioritize this matter and resolve it ASAP. The EFF is calling on the MEC for Health to scrap labor brokers and insource all workers in all healthcare facilities across the province. The emergency medical services delays has become a norm in this province. And the MEC knows because usually I would call her. Patients have to wait endless hours waiting for EMS in both rural and urban areas. Some patients resort to calling private EMS, and in some instances, patients die while waiting for EMS. The MEC and her officials do not see anything wrong. For them, it's business as usual. MEC, please decentralize EMS and allow each region to operate independently. Madam Speaker, we are indeed in a dysfunctional state of affairs in as far as this department is concerned. The Auditor General noted that some contracts were awarded to suppliers whose tax numbers had not been declared by SARS to be in order. Some bidders did not even declare on whether they are employed by the state or connected to a person employed by the state. The accounting officer allowed this corruption to happen because deviations were also approved for contracts above 500,000 without inviting competitive bids, even though it was possible to do so. This tendency of non-compliance was also reported by the Auditor General in the previous years. We are aware that the Premier's office is busy conducting vetting on all senior management in the departments. However, we request that this exercise should be speedily done to eradicate corrupt officials. It is evident that this department is yet another example of a government department under the ANC government that runs on autopilot. It is worrying that Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital remains incomplete, Madam Chair of Chairs, after being engulfed by fire earlier this year. The department and its implementing agency, Department of Infrastructure Development, are failing to complete the needed renovations to this hospital. But why are we all surprised after all? Charlotte Maxeke's roof once collapsed, and the hospital had mentioned that the service provider had been at the hospital for over 1 year for maintenance work. One would swear at the time that they were building another new hospital. That is why the EFF for many years has advocated for Steyn Construction Company to build internal capacity and stop reliance on corrupt tenders. Some of the core mandates of the department, which must be of significance, are to secure better value for money and to ensure an effective organization. These words should not only be important for publications and for use in the annual reports of the department, they are meaningless and will remain meaningless until people are forced to account through genuine investigations by law enforcement agencies and opening cases against people who are literally just looting the department. In conclusion, Madam Chair of Chairs, the EFF is calling on the corrupt officials and companies entangled in the corrupt PPE dealings to hand themselves over to the nearest South African police services. Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Mabala. I now call Honorable Adams to please come in. Honorable Adams. Honorable Adams, one.
It seems as if he's still struggling, Madam Chair of Committees.
Okay, that was the last chance. I'm now moving to Honorable Masuku. Dr. Masuku, please come in.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs of Chairs, Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable Chief Whip of the ruling party, members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Legislature, citizens and residents of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In his book, Love in the Time of Cholera, Gabriel Marquez cautions that it must not be too late to realize that there was no innocence more dangerous than the innocence of age. And E.H. Carr, in his book, What is History?, suggests we should study the historian before you study the facts. The historians and the facts of history are necessary to one another. A historian without his facts is ruthless and futile, and the facts without the historians are dead and meaningless. Today, I want to suggest that some in this House are too late. It is too late for them to realize that there's no innocence more dangerous than the innocence of age, biologically and politically. And yes, as E.H. Carr suggests, many here do not know what is history, let alone how to study and understand facts of history. And Madam Speaker, that brings us to the innocence of age. We meet again this year to have a very important debate on the annual report of the Department of Health for financial year 2020-2021. This annual report is slightly different to that of the previous year in that it is the first annual report whose financial year falls squarely under the sixth administration. This is significant because it forms part of the basis in which, as members of this House, particularly those who sit on the progressive side, can begin to properly access and assess how we have come to improve the lives and experience of our people who depend on the public healthcare system. Those of us who were raised in the Congress movement will appreciate that participation in this debate can best be summarized by two philosophical underpinnings. First, that in all we do, we are guided by the gallant words of Mama Charlotte Maxeke, which says, "This work is not for yourselves. Kill that spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them. If you can rise, bring some with you." This underpinning is important in that it reminds us of our collective responsibility to ensure that the Gauteng Department of Health succeed beyond party lines, beyond personalities, and even beyond leadership preferences. The second underpinning says that noting that health debate is the need to appreciate that we debate for the purpose of progress, not for the identification of winners or losers. Such a philosophical underpinning requires that we subscribe to a loftier goal, Honorable Bloom, that the usual political point scoring that often exposes the innocence of age. I highlight these two philosophical underpinnings in the hope that we can all, at the very least, agree that this is what the people of Gauteng expect from members of this august House, a sober leadership that tells no lies and claims no easy victory. Health has always been a priority of the ANC and the Congress movement as a whole. In the Freedom Charter, the movement declared that a preventative health care scheme shall be run by the state. And it further says free medical care and hospitalization shall be provided for all, with special care for mothers and young children. In 1994, the ANC, with the technical support of the World Health Organization and UNICEF, developed a policy document titled A National Health Plan for South Africa, to set a theoretical foundation in which the democratic government will approach healthcare in South Africa. Up until that point, an apartheid government had a healthcare system anchored on racial segregation, discrimination, which produced highly fragmented and mainly curative, private sector biased and inefficient, inequitable system. Through various party conference resolutions, which are often translated in government policy, such as the NDP, the ANC has always been about designing a comprehensive program to address social economic injustices, to eradicate poverty, reduce waste, increase efficiency, and to promote greater control by communities and individuals over all aspects of their lives. Our experience in the 27 years has taught us that problems in health are multiple and complex causes and have got a complex causes, which solutions demand an intersectoral approach. Other sectors, such as those providing clean water, sanitation, and better housing. This will have a better direct impact on the healthcare system. When all the factors in society have failed you, the last line of defense of humanity becomes the public healthcare system. In Gauteng, we appreciated the enormity of the challenges we said. The reality is that the public healthcare system is underfunded, is understaffed, and is poorly maintained. There's a growing need for mental health services to be addressed effectively within the public hospitals. There's high volumes of medical legal claims due to medical negligence, low levels of public confidence, staff morale is low, and there's high leadership turnover. To respond to these challenges, our manifesto in 2019 committed government to 6 priorities, namely improving patient experience of care in our facilities, continue to focus on health promotion, ensure the implementation of the national health insurance, improve infrastructure and capacity, ensure clinical services targets are met, reduce the burden of disease. These 6 priorities of the ANC were then translated into a government Growing Gauteng Together 2030 strategy, wherein the targets of the 6th administration were outlined, which were broaden access to quality of public health care, create a publicly administered NHI fund, roll out a health quality improvement plan in health facilities, develop, implement a comprehensive strategy and operational plan to address human resource requirement, consolidate nursing colleges into 1 major colleges in each province, reduce a burden of TB, implement a 1990 strategy, strengthen maternal health programs, expand screening of users in public health care, implement intersectoral action to improve food security, nutrition, and reduce stunting. Honorable chairs of chairs, none of us in 2019 had imagined that as we focused on these priorities, we will be confronted by a global pandemic at the scale and impact of COVID-19. It is clear when looking at the 2021 annual report of Gauteng Department of Health that several targets and interventions could not be achieved due to both objective and subjective challenges, leading to a decline in performance in the previous financial year. It is important also, Madam Chair, to say that this COVID-19 has complicated, has punctuated the healthcare service, and it has rightfully caused a bit of backlog, which the department should commit and give us a comprehensive plan on how to deal with the backlogs that we have seen. The backlogs that have been mentioned are backlogs that relates to mental health care services, the backlogs that relates to oncology treatment services, surgical backlogs that relates to oncology, obstetrics, and including some orthopedic cases. It's important that the department in the coming quarters and the coming year must be able to give us, as the House, a comprehensive plan to deal with these backlogs. Last week, we were celebrating World AIDS Day, and we celebrated the World AIDS Day knowing very well that some of the targets in the province were not met. The TB targets were not met and they were not achieved, mostly because the department had been affected and had been concentrating on COVID. It is also important that we welcome that the department has exceeded the number of the target of the people who have tested for HIV. The target was 3.5 and the department has went to 1.3 million. The significance of this is because that this has had a negative impact. COVID-19 had a negative impact in many aspects in our HIV response, especially in the response of those in the third 90, which deals with those who need to remain on treatment and virally suppressed because of the services were disrupted. It is possible that some of the interventions that as Gauteng we need to put into place, the possibility of providing an integrated comprehensive healthcare and wellness service, upscaling the distribution of HIV self-screening kits into the communities, the empowerment and sharing of information that influences behavior of people. The intervention to increase and maintain longer operating hours at major primary healthcare facilities include the introducing more 24-hour PHC services. The operationalization of Etafeni Clinic and Ebony Park are most welcome. The number of facilities providing 24-hour services have increased from 32 to 36. This means the target of 34 of providing 24-hour services have been achieved. The real focus now is to make sure in the remainder of the term that the 24-hour facilities, particularly the CHCs, must provide a comprehensive service such as X-ray services, laboratory services, and trauma obstetric services and pharmaceutical services. That will actually ensure and reduce the load in the district and regional hospitals. The greater attention needs to be paid to the department or the unit on the maternal child and women's health and nutrition. Out of 19 targets of this program, the department only managed to achieve 3. There's a greater concern about this because the number of mothers who die who are pregnant has increased. Yes, of course, Honorable Fuchs, COVID had a very significant contribution to this regard. Because if you follow the annual reports from the previous years, you would understand that there was a growing reduction of the number of mothers who are being pregnant. So it's an important thing that you need to note. Hence, it's very important, honorable members and citizens of Gauteng, that sometimes it's important to have insight on things that you talk about and debate about. It's an important aspect, Honorable Mabala, that yes, we need to have a progressive discussion about access to contraception, particularly the access of contraception to teenage girls, and also make sure that the sexual education rollout is strengthened and it's comprehensive and it's done. This is a debate that as the House and also as the citizens of Gauteng, we need to have, because teenage pregnancy is a bigger problem in this regard. And I think we need to have a progressive engagement and discussion on this matter instead of finger pointing. Honorable Chairs of Chairs, the department summarizes its vision statement as follows. We provide a high quality, efficient, accessible health service towards a long, healthy lives. The department's mission states that it endeavors to create an effective public healthcare system in Gauteng by ensuring we have the right people, skills, systems, and equipment to provide the health services of our citizens to a healthy life and quality life. Central to this attainment of this vision is the implementation of the National Health Insurance. The World Health Organization in its resolution appreciated the need for a protection universal health coverage, which in our country is called NHI. To realize universal health coverage, we need to radically reorganize the healthcare system nationally and in Gauteng as an important part of this reorganization. We must defocus from health being a curative type of approach to a preventative one, geared in improving the health of our people. We need to also appreciate the issue, Honorable Mabala, that there are almost 9,000 community healthcare workers that have been absorbed as full-time and as part of the healthcare system. That has been done, and what we need from the department going forward is to make sure that the department gives us a comprehensive plan on professionalizing this cohort of workers, in making sure that there is proper training for them. We also have to appreciate the level of experience that they have. We need to provide them with uniform. We need to provide them with tools of trade. And desirably, I would want to see one day that we have a community healthcare workers being part or being a unit as independent and autonomous and functioning as the emergency services in the health department. The department will also have to pay a greater attention in implementing the health information system, and particularly to make sure that the PACS system, the picture archiving communication system, is rolled out in all our clinics, particularly our CHC clinics. In conclusion, the annual report of 2021 financial year indicates that Gauteng public health system remained resilient even during the darkest days of COVID-19 pandemic. This is largely due to the tremendous work done by our frontline workers, the nurses, the doctors, the pharmacists, the clinical associates, the porters, the cleaners, all the other healthcare workers that you find in our facilities. Through them, we're able to cater for more than 222 million visits per annum, and we're able to ask the simple yet profound question on how we can help. Despite these effects, COVID-19 will continue to have a various health program in a foreseeable future. The ANC-led government must ensure that we continue to render essential quality healthcare service with limited interruptions. The Department of Health needs to remain committed in implementing the 6 strategic areas as enshrined in the strategic plan. We all have an important role to play beyond oversight. We need to support the leadership collective to succeed, because Gauteng is too big to fail. Madam Chairs of Chairs, this is how we understand history and avoid the dangers of the innocence of age. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masuku. We'll now move to the Honorable MEC Mokgethi to please respond to the debate, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Provincial Legislature, the people of Gauteng, I greet you all. Madam Chair of Chairs, I welcome all the debates, but let me respond in this way. This annual report debate takes place during the difficult times where South Africa and our province is experiencing a sharp rise in COVID-19 cases. 2 weeks ago, the President of the country, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, addressed the nation. Chair of Chairs, can you please mute?
Okay, let me do, okay.
Thank you very much. If you allow me to start from scratch, this annual report debate takes place during the difficult time where South Africa and our province is experiencing a sharp rise in COVID-19 cases. 2 weeks ago, the President of the country, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, addressed the nation and indicated that our scientists have identified a new variant of the coronavirus called Omicron. He further stated that this new variant has far more mutations than any previous variant. This variant is different from other variants and not directly related to the Delta or Beta variant. Honorable Chair of Chairs, this recent development is an indication that we're still far from where we are all longing to be. The pandemic still continues unrestricted. For now, our citizens will have to adapt to living alongside COVID-19, and this will have to come with making informed decisions or informed choices as advised by our medical experts. As Gauteng Department of Health, we continue to bear the brunt of the advent of pandemic. It has overstretched the resources of our healthcare system to its limits. However, we never lost sight with the fact that we have a responsibility to deliver public health care in Gauteng in a most humane and caring manner. During the year under review, the department had to ensure it prioritizes human resources, given the pressure of COVID-19 and its demand for health services. The department has strengthened its workforce through creating additional posts as a way of responding to COVID-19 challenges. We have appointed permanent community healthcare workers as of July 2020, Honorable Mabala, and we acknowledge that we still have to absorb those that are still out of the system. A total of 8,532 community healthcare workers have been appointed as permanent employees of the department. The appointment of community healthcare workers will assist to minimize pressure in our facilities and also serve as a recognition of the valuable contribution of the community healthcare workers brings to the healthcare system in our province. Furthermore, access to healthcare has been significantly improved during the year under review. The 36 community healthcare centers, the CICs, are providing healthcare services for 24 hours per day, while enrollment in the medicine programs increased significantly up to 1,022,840. In this regard, we have managed to exceed the annual target of enrollments by over 26% based on year-on-year performance comparison. Madam Chair of Chairs, this is an indication that amid the difficult times of COVID-19 constraints, we remain committed to provision of care through quality-driven primary healthcare facilities. Our primary healthcare facilities underwent thorough assessment of quality health, and many of them achieved the ideal clinic status, as Honorable Mabuda has already indicated. This is a milestone indeed. As a department, we are laying a very strong foundation phase for the ultimate realization of the National Health Insurance, as Honorable Masupu have already indicated. We remain deeply committed to the idea that access to healthcare is a human right, as Honorable Mabunda have indicated, and that every citizen is entitled to receive basic health care, irrespective of their financial status. This is why Gauteng Department of Health is leading from the front in this national program. Madam Chair of Chairs, as a department, we have honestly acknowledged our all our targets we have, and we have acknowledged all the targets we have underperformed. I'm sorry, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Henceforth, we have developed a range of interventions which are in line with our vision of building responsive, value-based and people-centered healthcare system. Some of the initiatives to mitigate health system challenges includes the following: continuing to improve experiences of care for patients by reducing their waiting times, including Honorable Bloom, our patients who needs to go through the process, the procedure of oncology of different types, through acceleration of modernization program using electronic patient records and automated referral system. Another intervention, Honorable Chair of Chairs, is to ensure that patients are empowered to report PSI anonymously, and the Impilo app to be used to ensure that patients can report at their convenient places and at their convenient time. Adoption of security approach through CCTV and CCTV policies to address patient safety issues, as we have seen that in most of our facilities, the healthcare workers are being attacked by patients, especially those who are mentally ill. Creation of conducive, modernized environment and building on existing programs to improve cohesion and staff motivation. Integrate services to ensure there is a one-stop shop for chronic patients to reduce defaulting of appointments and reduce financial burden for patients. We intend to implement health promotion and education program and integrate it with outer emerging programs dealing with COVID-19 to retain patients that are on treatment of other communicable diseases such as HIV and TB who have been defaulting treatment. Reprioritization of infrastructure projects, which will ensure that the infrastructure projects are linked to burden of diseases and population size, including addressing priorities such as ensuring that neonatal beds are sufficient to offer care for the neonates. This is among several interventions we have outlined as a department to ensure that we improve the quality and pace at which we deliver services. Madam Chair of Chairs, we have also noted the findings from the Auditor General's report highlighting shortfalls within our financial governance practices. Similarly, we have outlined these challenges and identified interventions as well. Madam Chair of Chairs, the Auditor General also congratulated the department for not having a misstatement in our AFS for the first time in many years. Our irregular expenditure was caused by non-adherence to supply chain prescripts and extension of contracts, as Honorable Mabala have already indicated. The PPE items were procured via the RFQ process, whilst the PPE items should have been procured from contracted suppliers. PPE items were bought at prices higher than the contracted prices and higher than the National Treasury pricing guidelines, and suppliers were issued with commitment letters and not with formal purchase orders. Extension of security, cleaning, waste removal, fumigation, and consignment stock contracts are the contributors in the irregular expenditure, as the honorable members have already indicated. Our mitigation approach, Honorable Chair of Chairs, have focused on the following. Procurement of all PPE items was centralized to head office after the irregularities were identified, and all PPE items are on contract and are procured from established term contracts. Improved internal control systems adhering to policies and procedures, control staff turnover of senior managers, appoint the right people with the relevant experience, qualifications, and capacity. And maybe just to indicate to Honorable Bloom that the other thing that is delaying our appointments of senior managers or SMSs is because they have to go through the vetting process. That maybe just to indicate that the CFO vetting process has been concluded, and then we are waiting feedback from State Security Agency anytime. And another mitigation is to include irregular expenditure as part of the performance targets for senior managers, and also to indicate to the House that all those that were found to be doing wrong or who were implicated in the PPE saga has been charged, or consequence management has been implemented, and we have seen quite a number of people being fired. Secondly, on accruals, and due to the timing issues, the department will always have an accrual balance to disclose in the AFS. On the 31st of March 2021, the balance was higher due to the COVID-19 payments that are under investigation by the SIU. However, the department is working on a plan to improve the 30-day payment period to service providers, which is in turn will minimize the accrual balance. Thirdly, is the medical legal claims against the department. Most of the honorable members raised the issue around medical claims. The medical legal claims have a devastating effect on the financial sustainability of the department. The contingent liability caused by medical legal litigations was approximately 17 billion at the end of the 2020-2021 financial year. Madam Chair of Chairs, the high volume of medical legal litigations against the department is a threat to its financial sustainability. noting that the financial resources of the department are already strained, and this will hamper the department's obligation to provide healthcare services and emergency medical treatment. To mitigate this, the department will focus on 3 areas of interventions to reduce the high contingent liability. These include the following: strengthening the relationship with the state attorney and the judiciary system at large, provide stability within the Gauteng Department of Health Legal Services Unit by ensuring that there is enough capacity to manage the existing litigation, get to the root cause of the medical legal cases by addressing all the challenges as identified in the health facilities, which eventually leads to a high number of cases. Madam Chair of Chairs, the reality of the matter is that it is extremely difficult to avoid medical legal cases. Medical legal claims against the department can only be stopped or minimized if no or less medical negligence occurs in the various hospitals, clinics, and other health facilities. This year, the Legal Services Unit has made a number of presentations to clinical staff during training workshops to address medical negligence that occurs in department's healthcare facilities. Their presentations were based on the importance of clinical staff to comply with applicable healthcare standards and to understand the devastating effect the medical legal claims have on the resources. However, there has been a significant reduction in the department's contingent liability over the last 2 financial years as a result of interventions by the legal unit as well as service providers appointment by the National Department of Health. The department has embarked on a legislative drafting project during 2020-21 to draft the Gauteng Medical Litigation and Remediation Bill. The purpose of the bill is to provide a legislative mechanism for amending the facility admission forms to include a mandatory proviso that when a serious adverse event takes place, the first option before litigation may commence is mediation. The provision of future medical treatment and related healthcare requirements at state facilities instead of paying a lump sum to a successful litigant. Honorable Chair of Chairs, I don't know what is happening. Somebody's mic on. By doing such, we are advocating for a periodic rather than.
Ezra must close his mic.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Maybe just to repeat, by doing such, we are advocating for a periodic rather than once-off payments of any monies due to a successful applicant in terms of a court order. Madam Chair of Chairs, the department have recently adopted the health transformation journey as a new path and strategic approach to turn around the manner in which we conduct business and to make service delivery a principal objective. Honorable Fuchs, I know that you directed your debate to the Honorable Premier in absentia. The health transformation journey is predicated on the following: the need to improve organizational culture as a matter of agency, find linkages regarding output and input processes to improve quality of outcomes and performance thereof, find effective ways of addressing delays in provision of infrastructure and its maintenance. This is amongst the areas of priority we agreed upon with the senior management team. All 5 health districts have welcomed our strategic approach and made a commitment to support it. Madam Chair of Chairs, we are confident that with the journey we are taking, we have high prospects of creating a new service delivery experience for everyone we interact with in our public health services. With regard to Charlotte Maxeke, Honorable Chair of Chairs, I don't know how many times have I responded to the questions in the House with regard to the processes that are unfolding at Charlotte Maxeke. And with regard to the clinicians who wrote to the president, we are aware and we are working with those clinicians together with the Department of Infrastructure and the MEC of Infrastructure into making sure that we address the issues that they raised with the president as a matter of agency. With regard to the backlog on cataracts, Honorable Bloom, maybe just to give you the statistics, to date we have did the cataract operations to the, I think we have done 7,448 cataract operations to date, and this is only at Lerato, excluding other facilities like your Kopano and other health facilities where we also do these cataract operations. And the backlog, Honorable Bloom, I think me and you agrees that it was also due to COVID-19, because we have to repurpose some of our wards into making sure that we accommodate and admit the COVID patients. But as soon as the numbers were getting down, we then started into making sure that we are addressing the backlogs. And then for future, we're looking into also upgrading the two theaters at Bronkhorstspruit into making sure that we will also be doing some of the blitz in that hospital to make sure that we address the backlog. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for response to the debate. We'll now move to the next item of the day, and I'll ask the Secretary to please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The 10th order of the day is consideration of the Health Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the annual report of the Department of Health for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon Honorable Member, the Chairperson, Honorable Dikhamela, to please present the annual the report of the committee.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of Committees. I request that parts of the report not read here today be considered as read. For the financial year under review, 98.1% was spent. As a result, 1.9% is under expenditure. There is a slight decrease as compared to the 2% that was underspent in the year 2019-2020 financial year. The under expenditure is noted across all 8 programs of the department, and this is a serious concern to the committee. It is problematic that contracts were awarded to the suppliers whose tax matters had not been declared by the SARS as required by Treasury Regulation 16A9 Section 1D this resulted in malpractice. Further, the prices of COVID-19 PPE items were higher than the prescribed prices, whilst the specification of personal protective equipment items procured did not comply with the specification prescribed by the department as required by paragraph 3.7.6 of the National Treasury Instruction Note 8 of 2019-2020 financial year. Despite the challenges mentioned, the committee notes the following key achievements of the department in the year under review. A total of 1 million patients with chronic health conditions were enrolled in the CCMDD program during the 2020-2021 financial year, exceeding the planned annual target of 750,000. On sub-program 1, district management and primary health care, a total of 8,532 community health workers have been appointed on permanent basis on level 2 posts. However, the department is requested to provide further updates regarding the absorptions of the remaining community health workers in across the regions. The update should include the plan to absorb all of them. The committee welcomes the unqualified audit report received from the Auditor General during the year under review, with matters of emphasis such are noted to be similar with those raised in 2019-2020 financial year, thus denoting less remedial action but in place to avert the recurrence. On committee concerns, the non-adherence to SCM through goods and services, the adherence to, sorry?
Someone is laughing at the background. Can I request that? Chair, I'm actually trying to assist you. Chair, I'm trying to assist you. Please.
Oh,
can I ask members to please switch off your mics if you are not speaking, particularly those voices that were laughing at the background. They are actually disturbing the speakers. Can I then request everyone to please switch off the mic and then allow Member Dikgamela to continue with presenting the report. Member Dikgamela, please continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of Committees. The non-adherence, those are under the committee concerns, the non-adherence to supply chain management through goods and services of a transaction value above 500,000 being procured without inviting competitive bids as required by the Treasury regulation is a concern to the committee, as well as irregular expenditure amounting to 3,921 million, as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 224 million is part of the concern raised by the committee. On recommendation, strategies to ensure consequence management on the persons responsible for non-adherence to the supply chain management policies and procedures when procuring goods as required by the Treasury, as well as to provide a list of those companies that goods were procured without inviting competitive bids is important, and this report is required by the 22nd of February 2020. Strategies to be implemented to avoid irregular expenditure and management and the sourcing of proper approvals from provincial treasuries also required on the same date of February 2020. The 22nd, a progress report on the punitive measures in place to remedy the non-compliance with the PPE specification prescribed by the Department of Health as required is also needed 2nd of February. On acknowledgements, Honorable Chair of Committees, the Chairperson, Dr. Paladi Dikgamela, wishes to thank Department of Health under the stewardship of MEC Dr. Mukhethi, as well as the team led by the HOD, Dr. S. Zungu, for the preparation of the annual report, the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report while responding to questions raised by honorable members of this Committee of Health. Highly appreciated is the role played by the Health Portfolio Committee for their dedication and commitment, noting persistent absence of member A. Dival Alberts and intermittent attendance by member A. Ghana. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the support staff for the sterling work done throughout the year. May the good Lord be with all of you, including all the honorable members of the August House, as you observe and comply with the non-pharmaceutical protocols to prevent unnecessary catching of COVID-19 infections. God bless you.
God bless you too.
On adoption in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the Health Portfolio Committee recommends that the annual oversight report on the Department of Health for the 2020-2021 financial year be adopted by this August House, considering committee's concerns and recommendations made in this report. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Committees.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Paladidi Khamela. Is there any seconder to, yeah.
Madam Chair of Chairs, Member Bloom to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bloom. And now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Thank you very much. Secretary, and please call the 11th order.
Thank you, Honorable.
Please call the 12th item.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Order number 11, debate on the annual report of the Department of Education for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now call upon the first speaker on this debate. And we need to note that the EFF have decided to change their debaters on this report due to ill health of one of their members. They struck the membership, and we have agreed to such. The next member, oh gosh. The first member to debate, I'm trying to get the names of those people from the... Secretary, can you please assist me with this one? I don't see the name. Secretary, assist me with the next debate.
Chair, ke Makhubela, ne?
Kwenzenja.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Madam Speaker and Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier in absentia, members of the Executive Council, the Honorable Chief Whip of the majority parties and other whips, the Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, comrades and the people of Gauteng. Firstly, let me wish a happy birthday to MEC Comrade Tasneem Motara and pray that she will have a blessed day. Thank you very much. Madam Chairpersons of Chairpersons, in a song titled Nizalwa Ngobani, a South African songstress and poet, Thandiswa Mazwai says, the world changes, revolutionaries die and the children forget, close quote. Thomas Paine, echoing what Thandiswa Mazwai wrote in the lyrics to this song, Nizalwa Ngobani. Thomas Paine warns us and says that we esteem too lightly that which we gain rather cheaply, close quote. Madam Chair of Chairpersons, allow me to pose questions to this august house as we debate this report of education and ask, have the children forgotten, or have we forgotten or failed to let them know about the painful past that we come from and about the impact of Bantu education, in particular on Africans, Indians, and Coloureds? In his poem, The Recessional, Rudyard Kipling attempts to keep us alive from the nightmare of Bantu education we just emerged from when he said, and I quote, God of our fathers known of old, Lord of our far-flung battle line, beneath whose awful hand we hold, dominion over our palms and pine, Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. If we become drunk with the sight of power, or if our children who are born into privilege develop wild tongues that have you in awe. Such boastings as the Gentiles use, or lesser breeds without the law. Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. I'm citing this particular poem and what Thomas Paine says to echo what Thandiswa Mazwai says to us, that as the world changes and as revolutionaries die, the children forget who gave birth to them. Now, Madam Chairpersons of Chairpersons, let me try to venture in reminding the House in brief where we come from and where we are. Anton Lobenberg, in his 1997 journal article, discusses Bantu education. He writes, and I quote, that Black education and training was deliberately designed to be inferior to that of whites, with the intention of securing job preferences for whites, close quotes. The former Minister of Bantu Education and the architect of apartheid, Dr. H.F. Verwoerd, who has now since been joined by F.W. de Klerk in a place called Hell, stated in 1953 in the apartheid parliament that, and I quote, that Bantu education has been scientifically designed to make sure that the Bantu must be subjected to a school system which keeps him in his own village and in his own community, and deny him the opportunity to graze in the green pastures of European society, close quote. On April 20th, 1964, the then 45-year-old Nelson Mandela gave a 29-minute speech to a South African courtroom before his sentencing, retelling his life and his anti-apartheid cause. Shortly before being spared the death penalty and sentenced to life in prison, he declared to the court, and I quote from that speech in court, that only 5,660 African children in the whole of South Africa passed their junior certificate in 1962, and that included my father. And in that year, only 362 passed matric. Children wander about the streets of our township because they have no schools to go, close quote. Honorable Chair of Chairs and members of our House, Mandela makes a point that in that year, 1962, only 362 Africans passed matric. 362. I needed to make that point. Because of government's homeland policy, no new schools were built in Soweto between 1954 and 1971. Let me repeat that because I heard Honorable Fuchs making some lousy criticisms about our government, trying to make us forget where we come from. Let me repeat what I've just said. I'm saying because of the whites who ran this country, because of the racist and fascists who ran this country, and because of the 1953 Bantu Education Act, between 1954 and 1971, no new schools were built in Soweto, in this province, in the Gauteng province. The schools at the time were characterized by overcrowding in the classroom, which was the order of the day. There was a lack of teachers, and many of those who did teach were underqualified. In 1968, only 10% of Black teachers held a matric certificate. Honorable HOD, perhaps one day, or the Honorable MEC, perhaps one day you will tell us today the level of qualification of our teachers. But in 1968, only 10% of Black teachers held a matric certificate. Black education was essentially retrogressing, with teachers being less qualified than their students. The former Secretary General of the General Secretary of the party wrote an article entitled Bantu Education, in which the GS of the party, Comrade Dumanogwe, says, Bantu education was not introduced as a means of raising the cultural level of the Africans, nor of developing the abilities of the African child to the full extent, but as one of the devices used by the regime to solve the cheap labor problems of our country, close quote. Madam Speaker, in entering this debate, we take great counsel from Madiba when he said, and I quote, education is the great engine of personal development. It is through and by education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, and that a child of a farm worker can become the president of a nation, close quote. We understand the importance of basic education for a country's current and future prosperity, progress and growth. We owe a better life and a better planet to our children, and we have the opportunity to help them achieve it through high quality, efficient and responsible basic education system. In this annual report debate, we take stock, Honorable Chair of Chairs, of how far we have come. Madam Chair of Chairs, I would like to bring to the attention of this House that it is a fact that education is one of the key priority areas of the ANC-led government. And this is also captured vividly in the Freedom Charter, which says that the doors of learning and of culture shall be open. Where in relation to this, that it explicitly states that education shall be free, compulsory, universal and equal for all children. Close quote. Knowing that the challenges we've been experiencing include children in South African townships and rural areas who come from families who are poor, hungry, and have parents who have little or no education, I believe the code protects those who are touched by this. Madam Chair of Chairs, the coronavirus outbreak that began in the late December 2019 has wreaked devastation around the world, and education, like any other essential sector, has been hit hard. Providing education has not only been difficult, but also controversial, as unpopular decisions had to be made. During the period under review, the main challenge was to deliver teaching and learning in the context of extended school closures and rotational timetabling, which were implemented by most schools in order to adhere to social distancing measures that stipulated the maximum learner capacity in a school at any given time. In 2020, these efforts resulted in a loss of contact teaching time, which means a lot of learning for the number of students. Madam Chair of Chairs, as much as we always know that the road ahead will be full of difficulties and potholes, but we draw inspiration from the White Council of Anatole France when she says, to accomplish great things, we must not only act, but also dream. Not only plan, but also believe, close quote. Gauteng is forging ahead, led by MEC Panyaza Lesufi and his team, with smart schools, and has dedicated special attention to establishing learning facilities focused on math, science, ICT, engineering, commerce, entrepreneurship, sports, and performing and creative arts. During the extremely challenging period, the Gauteng Department of Education successfully provided education, rolling out teaching and learning programs, which has seen learners being allocated tablets and paperless classrooms and many other amenities to enable them to compete globally with other children. These interventions improve performance in our schools while maintaining the upward trend in the pass rate and improving the quality of those passes. The matric class of 2020 Gauteng maintained its exceptional performance in the 2020 national certificate examinations, coming in second in terms of matric passes, producing the biggest number of bachelor passes nationally, and having the bulk of the country's top performing districts. Madam Speaker, we commend that the department has done well in facilitating the migration of early childhood development from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Basic Education. And in this, we need to thank the cooperation of both Mrs. Lesufi and MEC Musupi. This is one of the ANC's top policy priorities. It will contribute positively to learner performance in the subsequent years of schooling. Honorable members, the right to basic education is one of the guaranteed social rights enshrined in the Bill of Rights of our Constitution. However, the persistent prevalence of poverty in our communities across the province continues to present a serious barrier to learning and development and tends to be negatively influenced by factors such as malnutrition and hunger. It is against this background that the ANC-led government established the National School Nutrition Program. We are happy to note that to date, both primary and secondary schools in Gauteng are benefiting from this program, receiving a hot-cooked meal every school day without fail. Madam Chairpersons of Chairpersons, the COVID-19, okay, I'm still on, thank you. Madam Chairpersons of Chairpersons, the COVID-19 devastating fact is the rate of unemployment. It is for this reason we closely monitor our government in resourcing the no-fee schools. This will ensure that all children have access to quality education. This will go a long way towards relieving many parents from the burden of having to pay school fees. They are now able to focus on other aspects of their lives. Scholar transport is critical in providing mobility to scholars to access their educational institutions of learning. The provision of scholar transport ensures that scholars are able to reach their educational institutions under healthy and safe environments, which enables effective learning environments. I'm saying this and pointing to this because the leader of the DA, Honorable Msimanga, who myself and himself went to the same school in Atteridgeville, know very well that in the past that we've come from, learners were expected to walk 5 kilometers to school, then during break, walk back another 5 kilometers back home to have a meal, and run back home for another 5 kilometers and walk back home for another 5 kilometers. But on every day without fail, every school day in Gauteng, you will see the streets of Gauteng buzzing with buses that are transporting our learners. And we wish to congratulate the Gauteng Department of Education for opening more schools of specializations. Schools of specializations, Madam Chair of Chairpersons, offer a highly specialized curriculum and seek to nurture the development of top talent in our country and our province across key disciplines, breeding the country's future generation of leaders. These schools are also set to assist in addressing skills shortages in Gauteng by creating skilled labor for the economy that will respond to the transformation, modernization, and the reindustrialization strategy of the Gauteng City region. The department facilitated an increase in the number of schools of specializations aligned to the profiles of Gauteng 5 economic corridors and secured some of the leading industry players as partners to fund the recapitalization and curriculum resourcing of these schools. An example is a school in Soshanguve, which has partnered with BMW and which BMW has availed all its resources to ensure that it funds the curriculum of that particular school of specialization. Madam Chairperson of Chairpersons, we commend the Gauteng Department for the successful promotion of youth employment opportunities in line with the TEPO 1 million and the Master Skills Plan 2 as part of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, as well as placing the Funza Lushaka graduates. We have noted the online admission system for the 2021 Grade 1 and 8 admission was implemented successfully in collaboration with the e-government department. We want to thank MEC Lesufi and the MEC of e-government, Comrade Nomantu Ngomorale Hogo, on this monumental achievement. Enhancements on the system based on lessons learned from the 2019-2020 admissions improved the functionality and the efficiency of the process in this financial year. Madam Chair of Chairpersons and members, as a society, we know how important education is to a nation's current and future prosperity, development, and growth. We owe our children a better life and a better world, and we have the opportunity to contribute to this through a quality, efficient, and accountable education. It is therefore our collective responsibility from all parties to look after our schools and stand and fight against theft and vandalism. Vandalism, as we experienced throughout the year 2020, is one of the concerns that has resulted in a significant financial loss for the department. This is an issue that all social partners working with law enforcement agencies must speedily address. This educational infrastructure belongs to members of the community and should be preserved for future generations. And therefore, we should put all our party differences and go to communities to ensure that we guard against this. Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairpersons.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lesiko. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Lesiko Makubela. And I'll call upon Member Ramulifo to please come in and debate.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable members, good afternoon. The world is confronted with a huge challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic that has exposed us in many ways. Our education system was not exempted and was further exposed. Most importantly, the inequality amongst our poorly resourced and well-resourced schools. The well-resourced schools have quickly adjusted to online learning, while poorly resourced schools had a long holiday trying to adjust to the new normal. Gauteng was known as a leading province when it comes to technology in our schools. Unfortunately, we are now exposed as the type of technology we have proved to be relevant under COVID-19, and the safety of our school online learning gadgets is under threat. We registered many COVID cases, lives were lost in the education sector and learning, and teaching was also disrupted. May all the departed souls rest in peace. The department proved to be weak in terms of responding to this challenge. The vacancy rate is very high, and the turnaround time to fill funded vacancies has not matched the demand and ever-increasing need to address the challenges caused by the pandemic. This pandemic continues to remind us that we need to invest more in scarce skills. Unfortunately, the department fell short of reaching its target on grade 12 learners achieving 50% in physical sciences. Only 33.5% of grade 12 learners achieve 50% or more in physical sciences compared to the target of 43.2%. Equally, only 83.8% of learners pass national senior certificate compared to the target of 87.2%. The ANC government was allowed to lead this country during the pandemic, and despite imposing ridiculous lockdown regulations, South Africans listened and adhered to them. South Africans thought and believed that the government was protecting lives and livelihood, but little did we know that hyenas were busy looting. The Department of Health at the national and provincial level were supposed to lead, but both the MEC and the minister were involved in corruption scandals, and the Gauteng Department of Education was also looted. I remember asking MEC Lesufi that there are allegations that the department has spent more than 68 million on personal protective equipment related. The MEC replied to my message by forwarding me a response from the head of department, who said it was just a rumor. Again, I raised the same issue with the MEC and the Department of Education Oversight Committee, indicating that the amount is almost 100 million. And the response was that the department is not procuring any PPEs related and is relying on the Department of Health. But the Special Investigating Unit has confirmed that what was considered allegations or rumors were facts. There was a huge feast of the department coffers. Those implicated took advantage of the fact that many people were reluctant to return their children to school due to uncertainty caused by the COVID-19. The DA supported the MEC in reassuring parents and guardians that the department will do its best to adhere to the health protocols. We established COVID-19 task team focusing on the pandemic. We also conducted oversight inspections to different schools across the province to ensure that they adhere to the health protocol standards and to assess whether they have all necessary PPEs. We did all this to ensure that there's no further disruption of schooling and to safely guard the future of our children. Noting that there were many poorly resourced schools where most learners who from disadvantaged families attend do not have access to online learning, MEC Lesufi also approached stakeholders for assistance. Some stakeholders like Bidvest volunteered to disinfect and fog our schools before schools reopened, and the department also set aside 15,000 Rand each to support each school so learning and teaching can resume without further disruptions. This was a step in the right direction, which saw learners and teachers returning to school, trying to adjust to the new normal. The inequality in our education system was exposed as most of our schools are overcrowded and it was difficult to maintain social distancing. Many South Africans believe that schooling could resume on one condition, that health protocols are followed. Little did we know that the officials were busy looting. Within 3 months, more than 430 million was looted. Even though the department already spent 15,000 Rand per school to disinfect, more than 430 million was spent again for the same thing. Few companies owned by friends and family members of those affiliated with the department were awarded tenders via WhatsApp. The so-called clean government led by Premier Makhura, which champions corruption, continue to deny these allegations. On several occasions, when Premier Makhura addressed the media and the Gauteng residents, he said there's no corruption in his government. But now he has been exposed. Lack of consequence management has characterized this provincial government. I've challenged MEC Lesufi to act against officials implicated in this looting. As we speak today, they are still at work as if they did nothing wrong. The message is very clear. Corruption under the ANC-led government pays. Even if you are caught, you will be protected. But the good thing about this corruption is that voters will continue to punish the ANC government. The past 3 elections have proven that indeed, they will continue to punish the ANC. Premier Makhura and MEC Lesufi, as you continue to protect looters, the ANC government is losing power. What is very strange is that while the officials and tenderpreneurs continue to loot, the ANC as an organization is not benefiting. The ANC cannot pay their staff and voters can't put their cross next to the ANC. So why do you continue to allow this to happen? In the history books, you will be known as leaders who led the ANC to its demise. Unfortunately, very few members of the ANC, including some members in this house, can pass through an eye of a needle, as they just mere cheerleaders. They attend committee meetings to praise officials and defend them, even when the public tells us that they are looting. In the house, they will be quoting, the Karl Marx and the Lenin of this world. But be rest assured, South Africans, especially people of Gauteng, the DA will remove all corrupt officials. The good thing is that in 2024, the ANC will be out of power in this province. History has taught us that the ANC is very weak as an opposition party. If they don't embark on violence and intimidation, they become irrelevant. In 2006, the DA-led coalition government was established in Cape Town, followed by taking over the Western Cape government in 2009. So the ANC in the Western Cape has no chance to lead anymore. It is these 3. MEC Maile and MEC Lesufi, watch this space. Either one of you will be the leader of the opposition in 2024. The DA will go after anyone involved in corrupt practices in this province. Please don't accuse the DA of paging. Our agenda is unapologetically clean governance. All forensic investigations will be pursued. Irregular expenditures on certain projects will not be kept secret. Even the Auditor General has indicated that the department is not economical with taxpayers' money. There were financial irregularities, financial misconduct, and fraud. Investigations were conducted on school nutrition, and we asked for the report, but to date, it is still hidden. The department failed to spend 1.7 billion rand. These under expenditures continue while we have learners in overcrowded classrooms, and we don't have access to online technologies to ensure that rendering of quality basic education take place. With few teachers being employed, our school's infrastructure is aging and lacks regular proper maintenance. And learners with special needs remain on the waiting list because there's no space available for them. Yet the department continue to underspend. In 2021, we still have asbestos schools in Gauteng, as Department of Infrastructure and Development is failing with the appointment of poor contractors who are unable to build schools. Maibuye Primary School and Noktula Elsen schools are examples of poor quality and shoddy workmanship. The Department of Education has handed over 23 projects to DID, and many of these projects are on hold since they were handed over. MEC Mutara, in a reply to my question, said the following schools are on hold: Hillcrest Primary, Ahanang Primary, Maibuye Primary, Mahobeng Primary, and Philadelphia Elsen. Nancy Field Primary, Bramfisher Primary, and Rasteval, amongst others, that has also been on hold for more than 8 months. But MEC Mutara is not aware. This indicates that she has no idea about what is going on in her department. These delays are denying learners the opportunity to be taught in a conducive environment. There is pressure to place all learners who applied before we start the 2022 academic year, and there's a need for more schools. It is high time that Premier Makura must allow the Department of Education to build their schools and take the project from DID, as the department has proved to have built capacity by spending its maintenance budget. We need to always assure practical choice, parental choice when it comes to choosing schools for our children. School safety is another huge problem as we are going on holiday. Law enforcement agencies lack capacity and intelligence to probe school theft and vandalism. Schools are targeted and nothing is done to show criminals that the law will take its course. The only solution to these problems is a change of government. Come 2024, the DA is ready to govern Gauteng. We plead with voters to give the DA a clear mandate. We will serve you and will protect the resources. Thank you.
You are just dreaming. You are dreaming, Ramlefu.
And as you exit, remember, you are going.
Which needle did you pass?
When you won't be the MEC. These liberals are going to fire you. These liberals are going to fire you. You're singing for your supper.
Honorable members, please. I'll now call upon Member Mabala to participate in the debate on behalf of Member Mukwaku.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I'm speaking on behalf of Member Mukwebo. We had to attend to an emergency. Madam Chair of Chairs, the Economic Freedom Fighters is concerned that the department has consistently been underspending when measured over a 5-year budget cycle. The funds that should have been utilized to refurbish or provide additional schools. The department has underspent its budget by a whopping 652 million on Program 7 to the detriment of the people of Gauteng and, more importantly, the learners. This means that the department examination and education services have consistently failed to adequately prepare learners for the transition to post-schooling opportunities. Madam Chair, the Auditor General reported that the department is the defendant in various lawsuits amounting to a big amount of 1.4 billion, mainly emanating from Section 60 claims. That is injury at institutions of learning. The safety of our learners and educators is not guaranteed under the care of this department. The department continually submits financial statements for auditing that are not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework. Now you ask yourself, is this the case of cadre deployment whereby people are being employed without qualifications? Because these people are failing us year after year. and it's happening in many departments, not only the Department of Education. These same financials are not supported by full and proper record as required by Section 41A and B of the PFMA. Then you ask yourself, the MEC for Education is always on Twitter trying to sound smart, as if he's educated more than anyone. But the simple things like this are happening under his watch. And we are aware of the fact that appropriate and effective steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to over 922 million. Madam Chair, am I protected? I'm not going to debate here, and some policy they are going to come and disturb me. While he was busy,
you must come to the
honorable.
But anyway, I'm not going to
Speakers, if you are
aware of the fact that
honorable Makubela, you can't be saying the same
amounting to over 922 million as disclosed in the annual financial statements as required by Section 38(1)(c)(2) of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation. It is unacceptable, Madam Chair, that the department continues to have irregular expenditure that is caused by non-compliance with National Treasury, Madam Chair. The resources of the department are continuously not utilized economically as required by Section 38(1)(b) of the PFMA. The department is constantly a defendant in various lawsuits, which further reiterates its inability to effectively address internal control deficiencies. Anyway, we know that this department has a long-standing problem with complying with PFMA and Treasury regulations, yet it still receives one of the highest budget allocations, which are inevitably always mismanaged and wasted. The Department of Education continued to fail the learners and their parents over the years. Under the COVID-19 pandemic, you know, the department is hiding under the pandemic in most of their responses, and they fail to effectively implement ICT-related projects and adequately develop staff. How then will this competent government ever implement plans to distribute and mediate the reading, mathematics, coding, and robotics plans for 2022? Madam Chair of Chairs, in Gauteng, there is insufficient infrastructure to accommodate the number of applications to school in high-pressure areas like Orange Farm. Many schools in this province do not have adequate abolition facilities or even classrooms to accommodate all their learners. Instead, learners are packed into classrooms that overwhelm educators to the degree that adequate services and skills are not provided to learners. A child experience of education in this province is still very much dependent on where they are born, how wealthy they are, and the color of their skin. Poor Black learners are being crucified because their poor parents can't afford the internet. When measured against the minimum norms and standards for school infrastructure, we have noted that many of the shortcomings identified are a breach of the legally binding regulations. However, we remain hopeful in your plans, Honorable MEC, to implement programs that will ensure universal access and compulsory enrollment to ECD of all children, including strengthening practitioners training that will be realized. This department remains disgraceful and has a perpetual inability to implement school safety programs. I thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
Member Alberts, you are next.
Thank you, Chairperson of Committees. The Education Department, despite its importance to prepare the younger generation for a complex future world, continues to exhibit poor spending habits that shows no signs of abating. This conduct comes to the detriment of all learners in the province. The committee has rightly flagged concerns with regard to the underspending and irregular spending. These findings must also be read against the background of the findings of the Special Investigation Unit relating to a COVID-19 fraud in the school deep cleaning and decontamination projects. It is not certain if more forms of criminal conduct have taken place, but it's of the utmost importance that the department cleans house, as every cent lost is a learner prejudiced. Further concerns relate to the poor performance of learners in mathematics and science. This administration is creating false hope among learners who pass matric, but who are not employable based on the low pass benchmark set by the national government. The future requires a scientific and mathematically trained workforce, yet most learners leave school with a poor grasp of these fields. It is therefore of grave importance that the department and the MEC liaise with national government to realign learner outcomes with an unfolding scientific and cybernetic future. Lastly, we are thankful that the department is continuing with the school feeding project, but we advise that the only sustainable solution to ensure that families are empowered to look after their children is to ensure that evidence-informed economic policies are implemented so as to create full employment for everyone. This also implies that learners are adequately prepared to participate in the global technological economy, which unfortunately is currently not the case. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Alberts. Can I then request Honorable Adams to please submit his argument? Okay, if Honorable Adams is not available, Honorable Dos Santos?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I rise to debate the Department of Education annual report for the 2020-21 financial year. I would like to wish all learners the best of luck for their final year marks, and in particular, the matric class of 2021. Every year of our schooling days is always quite stressful, but the anticipation of their final year mark is nerve-wracking, especially for our learners that are in matric and those learners that will commence with grade 1 and grade 8. Knowing that the following year you will be going to a big school, or going to varsity or entering the big world is always quite stressful. I also would like to acknowledge and commend our educators for their hard work throughout the year. Although there have been slightly fewer disruptions this year compared to last year due to COVID-19, our educators have done extremely well under very trying times. Chair of Chairs, Sunday marked 8 years since the father of our nation passed away. It would be befitting to quote Madiba with regards to education. Since Member Makubela actually used the quotation that I was going to use, I'll use a different one. Open quote. It can be said that there are 4 basic and primary things that the mass of people in a society wish for: to live in a safe environment, to be able to work and provide for themselves, to have access to good public health, and to have a sound educational opportunities for their children. I close quote. May the father of our nation rest in peace. Your memory and legacy lives on. Madam Speaker, when looking at Program 3, 4, and 5, we note the following. In Program 3, Independent Schools, the program received an allocation of 901 million and spent a total of 891 million. This is 98.8%, resulting in an expenditure of 10.4 million rand. The under-expenditure in the program is attributed to a portion of transfers that were set aside to address court orders. Although this was only a 1% improvement from the previous financial year, it is an improvement nonetheless, which also saw a reduction of underspending from 18.7 million to 10.4 million. In Program 4, Public Special School Education, the program was allocated a budget of 3.6 billion, while actual expenditure amounted to 99.8%. which resulted in under-expenditure amounting to 5.6 million. Again, there was an improvement in the expenditure of 1.3% and a reduction from the 44 million from the previous year. The underspending in this program was in the Learners with Profound Intellectual Disabilities grant and was the result of the projects of procuring 60 specialized protective equipment for children with disabilities. Due to COVID-19, this could not materialize given the lack of materials that had to be procured from international service providers. In Program 5, Early Childhood Development, This program received an allocation of 1.2 billion rand and spent 96.8%, amounting to 1.1 billion. This is a reduction of expenditure compared to the previous financial year, where the department had an expenditure of 99.1% and an under expenditure of 7.9 million rand compared to this annual report of 36.2 million rand. The under expenditure relates to challenges experienced by service providers in gaining access to schools for the installation of outdoor equipment. Although we do understand the constraints that COVID-19 has placed on all sectors of society, and in particular the number of disruptions that schools have had due to increased number of cases and varying levels of COVID-19 regulations, I do fail to fully understand certain works such as the failure in installing outdoor equipment due to schools having been closed. Surely one would consider that the times when schools were closed, this would be the ideal opportunity to roll out the installations of outdoor equipment. Firstly, it is outdoors, and if contractors are maintaining social distance, wearing masks, working outdoors, and making the necessary arrangements with the schools to have access, this could have been achieved. What is needed going forward, with COVID-19 still a reality, is a contingency plan in place for any unexpected disruptions to mitigate them as much as possible. Madam Chair of Chairs, we need to encourage many more children to enter our foundation phase. We need to have formal grade R classes at every public primary school, with 1,395 primary schools offering grade R. But while we are on our way to achieving this, there does seem to be some delays for some reason. So we do need to encourage parents to enroll their children to this foundation phase. Madam Speaker, there are still many vacant posts in schools, and we need to push to have these vacancies filled as soon as possible. Schools and SGBs must make this priority and early enough to have them filled in 2022. When one looks at the GED education in specialized school, we see a vacancy rate of 11.1%. Again, we understand that COVID-19 has put a span in the works, but some of these vacancies have been there even before COVID-19 hit our shores. Many independent schools are performing well and others are not, as reported in the annual report. There are independent schools that battle to register, and we should help simplify the requirements for such and those that do not perform, while ensuring that adequate funding does go to those that do perform. In our schools, we need to ensure as far as possible that school infrastructure is accessible to learners with physical disabilities. We must strongly encourage and facilitate the establishment of more remedial classes within schools. We must ensure that special needs schools and classes are staffed by teachers who are trained to manage their needs. Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Hassan, it's an opportunity to present your arguments or your. Honorable Hassan, please come in.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Matume, you can clarify it.
Yeah, no, I wanted to.
It's not Sufi. Honorable Hassan, need to close the debate and then you will then respond.
No, Honorable Chair of Chairs, we had agreed to allocate our time to Honorable Hassan's time to Honorable Sufi.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I'll now allow the Honorable MEC, Honorable Sufi, to please respond to the debater.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. Truly appreciate the opportunity. Our Honorable Premier in absentia, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Members of the Executive Council, our Chief Whip and leaders of opposition parties, Honorable Member Matume Chiloane, Chairperson of the Education Portfolio Committee and members of the Education Portfolio Committee, Honorable Members of the Legislature, the entire leadership of the teacher unions who are following this debate, leadership of school governing bodies who are also following this debate, together with leaders from student formations and youth formations, officials of the department led here by our HOD, Mr. Edward Musue, honored guests, comrades and friends. 2 days ago, we lost a valuable member of society, a fearless fighter, somebody who contributed his entire life to the revolution of this country, Comrade Ibrahim, commonly known as Ibi. He was a former member of Umkhonto weSizwe and a former Deputy Minister of International Affairs. If you need somebody that was brave, Comrade Ibi was one. If you needed somebody who needed to defend our revolution, Comrade Ibi was one. If you needed somebody who needed to push the struggle for truly non-racial South Africa, Comrade Ibi was one. He sacrificed everything, his life, his youth, and his own family, so that he can contribute and debunk the myth that our struggle was about replacing white people with black people, whereas our struggle was truly a non-racial struggle. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Gauteng provincial government for awarding the son of the soil an official provincial funeral, so that we can say to him, go well, Keita, go well, our brother. The struggles that you fought for, we will continue with those struggles and will ensure that everyone that is part of this revolution does not betray this revolution. Comrade Ibi will be laid to rest later today, and to his family and his friends, we want to extend our sincere condolences, and hopefully we'll meet again, Comrade Ibrahim. Madam Speaker and Chair of Chairs, our performance as the Department of Education in the year under review is continued to be guided by the National Development Plan and the medium-term strategic framework priorities, as well as the provincial imperatives contained in the provincial strategy that is Growing Gauteng Together 2030. Honorable members, I'm proud to table the annual report of the Department of Education for the year 2020-2021. The year 2020-2021 annual report is a summary of our achievements in the year under review. It reflects progress towards achieving the outcomes for the 5-year term as contained in the strategic plan for the period 2020 to 2025 and the revised annual performance plan for 2020-2021. The 2020-2021 financial year was an extremely challenging period for the nation, especially for us in Gauteng and indeed for the Gauteng Department of Education. The plans of the education sector were adjusted to factor in the impact of COVID-19 and operations and on key programs. Targets were originally set in the annual performance plan, but we had to readjust them purely because of the mitigating effects of COVID, and we have to minimize some of our programs, revise some of our targets, and ensure that everything that we do as a department, we do it to protect our children and ensure that the environment is safe. Our performance for 2020-2021 should thus be read in the context of changes we implemented in the year, which were tabled in the Gauteng legislature to respond to COVID-19 imperatives. That is why, Chair of Chairs, I'm deeply shocked, taken aback by some of the insults hurled at us by some members of the committee who in committee meetings agreed with us and share our frustration and also supported us on all matters that we raised in the committee. I'm even surprised that a member who does not even attend meetings, Member Mabale, can come on this platform instead of debating on issues that affected the department and on education-related matters. She goes on a rant about somebody being on Twitter account, which is run by officials of the department. But I don't mind, Member Mabale, to be on Twitter rather than join you in Stockfells.
It's Mabala, MEC, not Mabale, it's Mabala. Please, can you pronounce
I'm
my
saying
name
I don't mind.
When you must just shut up.
Guys,
Member Mabale.
Puppet.
Gender-based violence. No.
I'm not going to allow people to come here all the time. I'm not speaking to you all the time. This William guy.
But you are very rude, man. You are rude. You are a rude woman.
It's wrong. That's
Asishebini nzwena mo. Asishebini.
Wena we fetolang shebini because o tlwaetse di shebini. Don't come here and interfere. You know, I'm not going to tolerate that.
Madam Speaker.
You are trying to prove a point here. There's nothing unique about what you are saying.
Bunch of losers.
So, Chair of Chairs,
you
I want to
drunkard.
clarify, Chair of Chairs, I want to clarify some of the misses. I'm not sure I'm protected, Chair of Chair. I'm not sure if I'm protected, Chair of Chair. Let me reiterate this point, Member Mabala. I don't mind if you accuse.
Honorable MEC, please keep quiet. Members, can we respect the member that is speaking? Because some of you have spoken and we gave you enough time to say whatever you wanted to say, irrespective of some of the words that you used were not parliamentary. Can we then allow the MEC to respond to the debate without being disturbed by anyone from the floor? We'll actually give you an opportunity. If there's a point of order, I'll give you an opportunity. But for now, it is time for MEC to respond. Thank you. You can continue, sir.
Thank you, so, Chair of Chairs. As I said, I would have expected Member Mavala to understand the issues that we're debating here. She always quotes the issue of under expenditure of examination. It's not that the department didn't spend the money. The June examination last year through COVID were scrapped by the national minister, not by the department. If the national minister scrapped the writing of June examination and we budgeted for those examinations, what must we do with that money? And that's the same debate that Member Ramulifo is raising here, that the department should have moved that money to either school infrastructure or ECD or any other thing. You know, if you take a resolution in this House and vote on a budget, that budget cannot just be moved willy-nilly. That budget needs to be respected. So the under expenditure is not a failure to have examinations, Member Mabale, as you are trying to say. The under expenditures because the June examination through COVID or due to COVID were scrapped. And those June examinations were budgeted for in terms of 655 million. That is recorded as an under expenditure. As I've indicated, I would rather be on Twitter, rather be in a tavern or in a stock fair and be the last person to leave that place. So our performance for 2020-2021 should thus be read in the context of the changes we implemented in year in, which were tabled in the Gauteng legislature. The 2020 academic year was adversely affected by COVID, which has impacted on the number of teaching days available for the year, as well as the delivery of most education services. Key programs affected include the infrastructure rollout, curriculum delivery, teacher training, and program support to the transition of learners to post-schooling opportunities, particularly those that require private sector cooperation. We adjusted the curriculum according to what the Department of Basic Education called a 3-year recovery strategy that will see content coverage requirements be grade staggered over a 3-year period. It is against this background that we continue to deliver quality basic education in Gauteng. Our resolve is simple. We saved the academic year when people like Ramulifo, people like one failed leader, Maimane, that said we must scrap the academic year. Today, because the academic year was not scrapped, they are singing a different tune. We saved the academic year. We saved the future of our children. We ensured that our children can proceed to go to universities. And some of us will be proud next year when these children graduate at higher education institutions. That's the commitment we gave to these children, to protect their future, to safeguard them against COVID, and to ensure that their education is not disrupted. So we are proud as a Department of Education in Gauteng that the children that were told they must repeat a grade didn't repeat a grade. The children that were told must not write exams, they wrote exams. The children that were told will fail, they passed, and majority of them are in higher education institutions, and majority of them have been given bursaries by this ANC-led government so that their future cannot be disrupted. So regardless of COVID, we managed to save a full academic year, and we've saved another academic year now as our children have just concluded writing their examinations. We will continue to do so because we are not influenced by political point scoring or influenced by obsessions of what is happening in the ANC. I'm still puzzled why Member Ramulifo will come to this debate and argue about who will succeed who in the ANC. I don't understand a debate about education. Somebody will bring non-payment of salaries of ANC staff. If it's not ANC phobia or obsession about the ANC, I don't know what is it. You can dream well, Member Ramulifo, if you think that the DA alliance will lead this province. It's just a shame. We have just been given powers in all metros in our province. 2 weeks later, you can't even establish you can't even establish members of the mayoral committees. So you don't know what to do with power. You don't even know what to do when we are given the responsibility to run government. Do you think our people should go through that particular pain in the years that we are suggesting that we need to deal with those issues? You came here to debate on matters of education, and I'm glad that for the very, very first time, you acknowledge the importance of paperless education in our province. When we introduced the paperless education debate in this house, you were the first person to reject it, that it's not needed, it's a waste of money, it's a waste of time. When COVID hit and the rich went on paperless platform, you are now arguing that the paperless platform is a good program. Those that have vision of this paperless platform provided the necessary guidance. Don't just argue or debate for the sake of debating. Accept that we had vision and we provided the necessary support that was needed. You argue on skills development. You can see from this annual report, almost 26 schools were provided as schools of specialization, where our children, while they're still in matric, while they're still in grade 11, while they're still in grade 10, are taught skills of flying aeroplanes, are taught skills of repairing motor vehicles, are taught skills of engineering, unpacking an engine of a caterpillar or an engine of an aeroplane and reassemble that particular aeroplane. That's the skills development that you're talking about. That's the skills that we need, and that's the skills that we wanted to bring within the education space. We might have our own challenges and limitations, Member Ramulifo, but don't argue on the face of fighting corruption as if it's a preserve of the opposition parties. We stand here to fight corruption wherever it is. And the issue of the deep cleaning and contamination of schools, we're the first one to request the SIU to come and investigate. And we are not going to find people guilty without evidence. We are evidence-led, and I can assure you, your statement that you've just uttered today, that people that have been fingered in this particular report are still working for the department, is not only false, but it's misleading. 2 days ago, the SIU gave us a report about the acting director of auxiliary services, who was found to be mastermind behind this misuse of funds, something that we condemn, something that we'll forever regret that has happened within the department. On the basis of the evidence they gave us, as I'm speaking to you now, that acting director of auxiliary services at home suspended by the department, and there are 3 other senior managers of the department, 2 being chief directors and another one being a director, that are going through a disciplinary hearing on the basis of the evidence and the information that the SIU has given us. We will act on what SIU has found, and when SIU tell us to do what we have to do, we'll do that. And we are pleased that the SIU has also approached the tribunal court so that it can recover all the lost funds, so that the funds can be rechanneled back within the education system to benefit our children. So any other allegations that says that we are folding our arms or not doing anything on this matter is nothing else but grandstanding, that is baseless, that is intended to score cheap political points and dragging the political leadership of this province through our office of the Premier on this particular debate. Reality is the SIU is on top of this matter. The reality is the AG is on top of this matter. And reality is the police have been assigned a task to track where this money went so that all those people that have been fingered in this particular report can be. It is a wish of other people that I wish this particular person can be associated with this particular scandal. They wish that a certain individual can be named in the report. When those names are not coming, people feel they can just drag whoever they feel to drag in this matter. We will clean the department and will go to those people that have brought this unnecessary attention to the department, and those that have been fingered by the SIU, we will attend to them as we've done 2 days ago with the acting director of auxiliary services that we have summarily suspended so that we can deal with those recommendations. We are indeed attending to all matters that the Auditor General has presented to us and has requested us to follow them. As a department where we are now, we really believe that from the audit inquiries that we've made significant progress in attending all matters. We are happy that the Auditor General has given us an unqualified report and has given us a clean report in terms of performance. On those two report outcomes is an indication that the department is moving towards a proper direction in ensuring that we utilize our resources in a manner that is acceptable. I'm also happy for the very, very first time that the infrastructure underspending is not part of this particular debate. From those that are debating from the opposition benches and those that are debating on behalf of the ruling party, for the first time, our infrastructure team, especially on maintenance matters, have demonstrated their commitment to attend to issues of infrastructure and the use of our budget to attend to all these particular issues. I want to thank you, Member Dos Santos, for your matured manner in debating on these matters. We'll surely follow up on the issues that we've raised of deep concern, being matters related to ECD and also the skill space of our children. I really believe that you have demonstrated maturity in your debate. You are not hurling insults. We are pointing at limitations that we have to collectively attend to. We are not even trying to score political points because you always attend meetings and you always register matters that affect you. And for that, I'm very grateful. Member Alberts, I like your opening statement of your argument. You said the most important thing about education is to prepare young people about the future. And the future is non-racialism, where our children can play, dance, and be educated together. There's no single language that should be utilized to exclude our children. And there's no single language that will find its expression in our country. Those children that are in our classroom in single medium schools, they have to participate in our economy. They have to participate in sporting events. They have to participate in our cultural developments in our country. And the sooner we prepare them for that future, the better. And that's the only way that will assist us to deal with all issues that we have dealt. It is within this context that we are quite excited with our youth employment programs. The program have offered more than 45,000 young people in our province with opportunities of employment as either teacher assistants or working within the schooling environment. This is the highest number of young people that have been given opportunities. We are also proud with the almost 243 million that we have spent on bursaries for young people that wanted to study at higher education institutions in our province. As part of our bursary scheme, all learners that are number 1, number 2, number 3 in all our high schools in our previously disadvantaged schools are given a 4-year bursary to study at the higher education institution of their choice. This is what we call true investment in young people. This is what we call true investment in ensuring that our human capacity can grow in our province and we can be in a position to ensure that our children get opportunities. This is coupled with what we call a multi-skills program, 2, that we've just improved to identify future jobs in our country and future skills that will be needed by our province. Our master skills plan 2 will identify the skills that will be needed in our economy, in our province, so that we don't teach our children things that are obsolete or teach our children things that will no longer be available. We're in the world of drones, we're in the world of engineering, we're in the world of creative arts, we are also in the world where our children will be in a position to end our obsession of being consumers but be manufacturers or producers of products in our world. This is how we want our young people to grow. This is why we want our young people to be part of our education program. The SEPA 1 million program as well have consolidated the support to young people that are unemployed in our province. We really believe that we have planted a seed that will assist our young people to get opportunities and realize everything that we have done within the department. In conclusion, Chair of Chairs, the GDE's final appropriation for the 2021 financial year amounted to 52 billion, and only 51 billion was utilized by the department. The large chunk, as I've indicated earlier, of the underspend was due to the scrapping of the June examination, nothing else. It was purely because National took a decision to scrap the June examination. The Auditor General declared that the financial statement present fairly in all material respect the financial position of the Gauteng Department of Education as of the 31st, 2021. I want to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues in Cabinet, the Provincial Executive Committee for their guidance and support, our Premier in particular for his guidance and support in terms of education-related matters. I want to thank our stakeholders in the Education Committee, in particular the Chairperson of our Portfolio Committee, Mr. Matume Chilwane, as well as members of this committee, and all institutions that continue to support education in our province, in particular the SGBs, teacher formation and learner formation. If there is something that we need to agree on, if you believe in education, is that the sooner we bring all our children back into classroom, the better. We can't afford a situation where majority of our children are staying at home, only attending school 2 days in a month or less, purely because they cannot afford to be online or cannot be afford to be part of the full education system. We call upon the National Minister and the National Coronavirus Committee to review the education sector as a whole. We strongly believe with the vaccination of our educators and vaccination of the 18-year-olds, we are of the view that education is not a super spreader of COVID and that we need to find a way that the beginning of 2022 academic year should be the beginning of bringing all our children back into classroom so that our children should learn. We remain convinced that the doors of learning and culture shall be opened for all. Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, MEC. Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Education for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Chilwane.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Can the areas that I will not be reading be considered as read? The committee hereby tables the Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Education annual report for the 2020-21 financial year. In the 2020-21 financial year, GDE received 52.8 billion and spent 51.1 billion by the end of the financial year, which indicates that 1.7 billion of the budget was not spent. In terms of the Auditor General's report, AG's report, the department received an adequate audit opinion. The department has received an unqualified audit for the past 5 financial years, 2017-18 to 2020-21. However, the department recorded an irregular expenditure of 886 million as a result of payments of goods and services for which procurement processes were not followed. The department has made significant achievement in the 2020 academic year, which include the provision of scholar transport to learners in 15 districts, the National School Nutrition Program. In addition, the department has continued to provide support to public primary schools in the form of provisioning of training to educators, provisioning of coaches to school, provisioning of workbooks and other LTSM, learner teacher support material, amongst others. The department further as the largest sector in the Gauteng education system remains the public ordinary schooling sector with 2,206 schools. This was followed by independent non-subsidized ordinary school sector with 529 schools, then the independent subsidized school sector with 203 schools. While the learners with special education needs sector catered for 52,612 learners of 146 institutions, of which 119 were public, 4 independent subsidized and 23 independent non-subsidized special schools. During the year under review, the department faced several challenges, such as increased learner migration, which put a strain on the optimal utilization of the allocated budget. However, key to the challenges is the continued increase in irregular expenditure on the side of the department. The department has underspent in the period under review due to funds not transferred to entities for education intervention because of reduction in the training in the year under review. The committee noted the department's October share was not fully spent, which shows an expenditure of 96.7%. The report shows Program 2, Public Ordinary Schools, and Program 7, Education-related services contributed to 1,652,000, which the MEC did explain was due to the June exam being scrapped, respectively towards the department's overall 1.7 billion under expenditure. The 2020-21 financial year under expenditure further shows the department continues to record high under expenditure, which has become a big feature on the department spending for 3 consecutive years. This is compounded by regular expenditure of almost $1 billion, which demonstrates the need for stringent control mechanism as it contributes greatly to the losses of services. Although the department is underspending the financial year under review, the committee is of the view the department has cooperated with national and provincial priorities in terms of the number of grade R learners, exceeded an 80% metric pass rate, the number of grade 12 learners with entrance to universities. Nevertheless, in terms of literacy and mathematics in the foundation phase and senior phase, more needs to be done to improve learner academic performance. School infrastructure and school sport in some of the public ordinary schools still remains a challenge. The committee conducted FIS with respect to the departmental performance for the period under review on an assessment on the provision of adequate water and sanitation to school and an assessment of support provided to public special schools in the Gauteng province. Recommendations were sent to the department for implementation. On committee concerns and proposed recommendation. With regard to achievements on program 2, with regards to achievement of the objectives of the TMR, the committee is concerned about loss, theft, and damage of ICT equipment in schools. The committee is concerned about the current success and challenges of the rollout of smart classrooms. The committee is concerned with under expenditure of 22.2 within ERS and is of the view that the continuous cases of over budgeting and poor expenditure which continues to plague the program needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. The committee is concerned with the number of bursaries that were awarded and request a further breakdown on the study programs that were funded in the 2020-21 financial year. The committee noted that for PPM 703, percentages of grade 12 learners achieving 50% or more in mathematics, the target was 29.7 and 30.5% was achieved. However, is of the view that more needs to be done to improve learner academic performance in all gateway subjects. On recommendation, the department should provide the committee with an update on measures put in place to minimize the loss, theft, and damage of ICT equipment in schools. The department should provide the committee with comprehensive report of the current successes and challenges in the rollout of smart classroom. 3, the department should provide the committee on the updated measures to address underspending on program 7. The department should provide the committee with a report on the number of bursaries that were awarded, as well as a breakdown on the study programs that were funded in the 2020-21 financial year. The department to provide, lastly, the department to provide an updated report on intervention measures put in place to improve the performance of all gateway subjects in grade 12. All this should be responded to by the 28th of February 2022. The committee wishes to thank the MEC of Education, Honorable Yusufi, and its senior officials for the presentation of the annual report and the substantial and sustained efforts they've made to inform the portfolio committee of the details of the report. Furthermore, the chairperson of the committee would like to thank the following honorable members: Honorable Member Hassan, Honorable Member Makubela, Honorable Member Mpisi, Honorable Member Ramolefo, Honorable Member Mukwebo, Honorable Member Dos Santos, Honorable Member Duval Alberts, Honorable Member Adams for their dedication and support during this process. Furthermore, the committee would like to thank the group's coordinator, Ms. Zuzwe Pantwambalo, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ms. Shalin Gaya, and the team as outlined there. In adoption, in accordance to Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Education hereby presents its oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Education annual report for the 2020-21 financial year to the House for adoption, taking into account consent and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Chilwani. Can I get a seconder?
I second, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Ramulifu has seconded. Let me now pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
And all who are not in favor say no.
I'm surprised that Ramulifo is seconding, Chair.
Yeah,
After
the
having
yes-
said such bad things.
Yeah, the yes have it.
Remember, this is our report. It's not your report, Mr. Joe.
Now, this
the committee report.
You are contradicting yourself.
The report is adopted by the House.
You seem to be tired, eh?
Oh, you are tired, Namchana,
Honorable
because you're
PC, can
contradicting
we have
yourself.
order? Thank you. The report is adopted by the House. Secretary, can you read the last order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Public Accounts Standing Committee Oversight Report on the report of Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statement of the following 7 social transformation cluster reports: Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Department of Human Settlement, Gauteng Housing Fund, Gauteng Partnership Fund, Department of Health, Medical Supplier Depot, Department of Education for the year ended 31st March 2021. Thank you.
I now call upon Honorable Kanyile to read all the 7 reports at once for adoption. Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Committees. I table the oversight reports of SCOPA on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the annual financial statements and reports for the year ended 31 March 2021 of the following departments and entities: the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, Gauteng Housing Fund, Gauteng Partnership Fund, Gauteng Department of Health. And I'm glad, Chair, the Secretary corrected it because it's not MedSAS, it's Medical Supplies Depot, Gauteng Department of Education. I request that these reports be taken as read and tabled. There are various issues which I will highlight in our tabling over the 3 sittings of this August House. These will be issues which need our attention. Let me at the onset bring to your attention the importance of noting that the Office of the Premier and the departments and entities of Gauteng Provincial Government are audited on their compliance with the Public Finance Management Act in the main. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature, on the other hand, is audited on its compliance with the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, or briefly known as FAMPLA. The oversight reports which I am tabling today on behalf of SCOPA represent the various audit opinions which have been received by most of the auditees. The Gauteng Department of COGTA is one of the 6 departments which have received the unqualified audit opinion without findings in the year under review, which is 2020-2021. This includes the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and the Office of the Premier, amongst others, whose reports we will be tabling on Friday. So are Gauteng Department of Economic Development and Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Included also in this category of unqualified audit opinion without findings is the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, which has an improved audit opinion from the previous audit. Gauteng Department of Health and Gauteng Department of Education, whose reports we are tabling today, are two of the 8 departments which have achieved audit opinions which are unqualified with findings. The other 4 departments which will be considered in the next sittings are Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, Gauteng Department of Social Development, and Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, all of which have sustained their audit outcomes from the previous year's audit. The inclusion of Gauteng Department of E-Government in this category must be welcomed, as it is an improved audit opinion from that which it achieved in the previous audit. The regression by Gauteng Department of Community Safety to this category as compared to the previous year is regretted. Gauteng Partnership Fund and the Medical Supplies Depot have retained their unqualified audit opinions with findings. There are 4 entities which were in the same category in the previous audit, but have since improved to unqualified audit opinions with no findings in the year under review. These are the Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site, the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, the Gauteng Liquor Board, and the Supply Park Development Company. Gauteng Enterprise Propeller has improved to this category of unqualified audit opinion with findings, whilst regrettably, the Innovation Hub Management has regressed to this category from the unqualified audit opinion with no findings, which it achieved in the previous audit. The other report tabled today, that of Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, and the GFleet Management to be tabled in the next few days, have received qualified audit opinions. It must be noted that in the case of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, this has been the same audit opinion like in the previous year. Whilst for GFleet Management, this is a regression. There is a special focus that SCOPA is considering to work together with MEC Maile to finalize matters related to the Housing Fund, whose report is also tabled today and has consistently received a disclaimer audit opinion. On the overall, the performance of most entities must be seen as an example for how good governance is about. This is demonstrated by the unqualified audit opinion achieved by 8 entities, which are, this is an unqualified audit opinion with no finding achieved by 8 entities, which are Constitutional Hill, Dinukeng, Gauteng Film Commission, Gauteng Gambling Board, Gauteng IDZ Development, Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, Gautrain Management, and Gauteng Tourism Authority. Deputy Chair of Chairs, SCOPA stakeholders have played an important role in assisting the committee by providing further insight into the reports. These stakeholders include the Premier on the report he gave on the work of the Forensic Investigation Unit in his office, which was presented to SCOPA at the meeting on the 9th September 2021. Also, the report by the MEC for Finance on the additional analysis which was made by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury's Gauteng Audit Service on the findings by the AXA on the financial statements of the departments. This was presented to SCOPA on the 10th of November 2021. On the same day, the report by the Public Service Commission on the state of the public service in Gauteng, extent of compliance with the constitutional values and principles, including the values and principles set out in the section 196 of the Constitution, was also presented. Deputy Chair of Committees, the amended Public Audit Act has empowered the Auditor General of South Africa to investigate material irregularities. The Auditor General has also produced the material irregularity guidelines and resolved to implement this type of audit in a phased approach. The report of the Gauteng Department of Health, Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, and the Gauteng Department of Education, which are tabling today, are 3 of the 5 reports of the departments which were prioritized by AXA for audit on material irregularity. The other 2 reports are those of Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport. Of these 5, only Gauteng Department of Health and Gauteng Department of Human Settlement have matters for follow-up as identified by the Auditor General of South Africa. Deputy Chair of Committees, the first and second special reports of the Auditor General of South Africa on the financial management of government's COVID-19 initiatives processed by SCOPA during 2021 were also very helpful in the process of analyzing the various reports we are tabling today, and those we will be tabling in the next 2 sittings. SCOPA is in the process of exploring various ways of engaging other stakeholders who will provide invaluable information when the committee considers the reports. In the past, we included the views of members of municipal public accounts committees. We unfortunately could not do so during this current process because these committees were not constituted at the time following the November 1, 2021 local government elections. Deputy Chair of Committees, we will raise other important matters for prioritizing at the next 2 sittings when we table the rest of the reports. After due deliberations, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts unanimously adopted its report on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the following departments for the year ended 31 March 2021. The Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, Gauteng Housing Fund, Gauteng Partnership Fund, Gauteng Department of Health, Medical Supplies Depot, Gauteng Department of Education. In terms of Rule 1172C read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House the above mentioned reports for consideration and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile. Can I get any seconder to the report? Any seconder to this report?
I second Deputy Chair of Committees.
Thank you, Honorable Malema. I'm now going to put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
And then all who are not in favor say no. So the yes have it. Now this report is adopted by I was cut off. Sorry about that. This brings us to the end of the sitting, and our next sitting will be on Thursday, the 9th of December. And now the House is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of Committees. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.